Yawn.
Is that in the recording?
Great energy to start a session with. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, last time on our adventures of Misfits, Feihu has reason to suspect that she has been poisoned. Through some amount of logic, you have come to suspect potentially the Thronian courier that visited her, though Libra has noted some oddities in that particular courier's behavior. So there is some suspicion surrounding that lot as a whole. You settled into an inn after taking a long trip via airship, from a long but short trip via airship from Mirage to Althara, with Captain Pendulous Hobble and his ragtag crew of weirdo pirates. You've landed, you've gained lodging in the Magical Mouse, an inn known for its silence and secrecy, with all the connotations therein. You've done a little bit of forward investigating around town, had some conversations with Feihu and the lot, and were introduced to Libra as Zoran's childhood friend, confidant, assistant, among other things, who has been getting up to more roguish activities as of late throughout the palace and the upper crust of Althra. Finally, as everyone is heading down for bed at the Magical Mouse, Zoran and Libra left to escort down to their respective homes. Libra was going to pass the noble... Excuse me. The mercantile record keepers to check up on Loka's request regarding the Black Talons. And Zoran took this opportunity to disguise themselves as Libra and visit Lady Sibella Tenon, the noble lady to which he was, or rather is, betrothed. They had a brief conversation that ended unexpectedly. So, we are going to pick up the following morning.
Oh,
Okay.
Pejmina, Isan, Loka, Feihu. You have had a very nice night's rest at the Magical Mouse. The last thing you all remember is that Zoran and Libra left to head back. Zoran left to escort Libra back home. And as of waking up in your beautifully comfortable beds this morning, Zoran has yet to return. Feihu is still doing quite a bit of sleeping. It looks like she was somewhat exhausted from the day's journey and is largely sound asleep, but the other three of you may wake at your pleasure as the dawn's light begins to seep through the heavily curtained windows of the Magical Mouse.
I was going to say, can I get just kind of an initial cursory glance at Feihu? Does she look worse, or is she just kind of stagnating?
She looks very peaceful. She doesn't look any different visually. She's still got the same little bit of graying scales.
It's not like she's breathing shallower or, like, struggling.
No, she just looks like she's tired and just very much kind of the way that you rest after just an extremely long day.
Okay, good.
Still in her white dragonborn form that she disguised herself in before you all left Mirage.
Man. Does Ron have a vendetta against beds or something? Where is he?
I just kind of assumed that's why he had a staff he could go into. He probably sleeps in there, right?
Not forever, but I know that one doesn't require sleep, I believe, do they?
Hmm. Pull out my sending stone and be like, Zeron? Hello?
Wait a few minutes. Do not get a response.
Zeron? Zeron's not answering their sending stone.
Oh,
That's troubling.
Oh no. Do we know... They left with Libra, right?
Yes, they did. I remember I watched them leave together as I went to the docks. The two of them were walking together.
Mm.
You don't think? You know what? This is probably a misunderstanding. We don't need to jump to conclusions.
Libra's supposed to come back, right?
not unless you kill them.
Libra had made plans to return in the morning, yes.
Yes. I suppose we can just ask them when they get here.
You're right.
For now.
That's what I was thinking.
And who knows? Perhaps they have, I don't know, perhaps dropped their sending stone, and perhaps we'll just find them lounging in the ever quiet of the lounge room downstairs. You know what? I will go check now. I will be right back. Hey, son, will. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, I wish they wouldn't go off on their own like that.
It is. That one. It is somewhat foolish. And Hason's gonna make his way downstairs and I guess just talk to the tavern keep and ask if Zeron ever came in. Is Zeron down there?
Oh, no. Your friend with the, Yes, I recall them arriving late last evening to visit the lot of you. They left with their companion, but no, neither returned.
Oh. That's unfortunate. How early are we gonna say that it is in the morning? Reasonable hour?
Let's
like 9
say
o'clock in the
reasonable hour, yeah.
That's indeed odd. I see. Thank you. Would you perhaps be able to tell me if they come? Please do inform one of us if they come in. We have not seen them since last night, and we are slightly worried.
I'll absolutely send a missive.
Thank you very much.
Anything
Hason's
else
just.
Ooh, no?
Perhaps a nice I'm not one to impose. You don't happen to have a nice little bit of tea in the back, would you?
We do, in fact. Would you prefer chamomile? Rosemary? We have a strong black.
A strong black I believe would be what's appropriate for
Excellent.
today. There's work to be done.
I'll get that brewing straight away.
Thank you very much. You are very kind and very considerate.
Of course.
I appreciate
Thank you
your
for
service.
staying with us.
NPR voice.
We are supported by you, our our patrons, and
Supported by patrons like you. Thank you.
as well as a grant by the Belinda Bates Foundation.
Oh my god.
As well as the Hot Guard. Join at your nearest recruiting center today.
Publicly funded No-Tell Motel.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
It's a public good. It's a public service.
I mean, hell, we already know that government officials are the common ones using it, so.
Yeah.
Hatred. Okay. Ooh, okay.
Heisan says he is not downstairs.
Heisan, when you head down, could you give me a perception check?
Of course, time to do my obligatory. I forgot to log on to D&D Beyond. Give me 1 sec.
Not sponsored.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Hashtag not sponsored. We just use it. I wouldn't be using it if there was a better tool.
I found a browser extension that lets you click on stuff in D&D Beyond, and it'll automatically pull up your dice pool in Tailspire.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is cute, but it's also still a little cumbersome.
You said
Yeah.
perception, right?
Perception, yep.
22.
Wow.
22?
Yeah.
So, while you're in the lobby, you notice that there is a, kind of as around the city in general, you see one of their usual message boards. They're posted all around the Phasia, but there's several in Elthros specifically. There's one right across the street from the Magical Mouse. It looks... You notice with the 22, sharp, keen eye, it's different than the night before. There is a wanted poster missing. With 22, you can see that the Lady Sibella Tenon's call out for the missing Prince Erasmus is no longer posted on the message board.
Motherfucker.
He turns to the men. Before you go, is that board updated daily?
Every morning,
Every morning.
just before dawn, frequently.
Oh my god.
And I guess removing. And I'm guessing removing things from the message board, vandalizing it, that is very much against the rules. You couldn't say pull a poster off, would you?
It is not frequently done, likewise, and most people don't mess with them unless it's being replaced with something else.
I see. Thank you very much. Sorry to bother you.
Your tea will be done in a few minutes.
Thank you. Heisan thinks for a moment. How quickly do they need to move, or if they already lost a night over this? This is probably best done over tea, he thinks. Yes, definitely best done over tea. Perhaps Libra will come in a few minutes. I will wait. Heisan will wait for the tea.
It arrives in just a few minutes. Piping hot.
Thank you very much. And is it like a kettle of tea?
Yeah, we'll say it's a teapot and a small array of little teacups. It's like a platter that you can bring.
Okay. He will take it and say thank you very much. I will talk to you some other time. Thank you again for your wonderful service.
Of course.
Heisan will bring tea upstairs to everyone who I'm guessing has been stewing or something. What's everybody been up to in the past couple minutes? Nothing, I'm guessing?
Peshmina does her usual morning routine. Just kind of trying to keep her nerves in check.
Alright, I have tea, everyone. Everyone, tea.
Thank you.
No worries. I believe it is necessary, for I believe we do have trouble on our hands. And I would ask that everyone sit down for a bit.
Feihu is just starting to wake up.
Oh,
Maybe
how are you?
we should not have a conversation while Feihu is trying to sleep.
I believe this conversation is best
It's all
done
right,
in-
Loka.
I'm
I'm just getting up anyway.
It's best she is here, and it is best that this is done in private also.
Ooh, tea.
Yes, I got black tea suit you, or I don't know if you're into the bitter or the
Absolutely.
sweet. Oh, wonderful. That saves me the trouble of telling the gentleman downstairs that we did not like his tea. Good. So, trouble. As I was speaking to the gentleman downstairs, I did not only notice that Libra had never come in, nor had they been said to have come in, nor had Zeron. I saw a very telling sign. A wanted poster was missing. A wanted poster was missing from the message board, and I do not believe I have to tell you which one it was, for you to know that we are perhaps in a bit of trouble.
You're joking.
Oh, it has been removed, and of course this could just be a terrible coincidence that somebody happened to just see the board, take it down for some bounty hunter here on unscrupulous business or whatever. But it is safe to say that that is updated every morning. And if it is gone, there is a good chance that our friend is done something awfully foolish or has gotten into themselves into a heap of trouble.
Freshmina goes back to her and
I'm kind of lost. What?
There's what I am implying, Loka, is that Zeron has perhaps been captured, perhaps indisposed of by those seeking him, perhaps by the Hawk God or another person, or one of the many bounty hunter groups, who knows. But either way, Zeron is missing, the bounty poster is gone, and we do not know where Zeron is.
Oh my god, Libra double-crossed us!
That is not guaranteed. I mean, that's... I don't know who you know, but...
I don't think it's that. Oh. She goes back to her sending stone. She's like, Sauron, this isn't funny anymore.
I would be careful if someone else has it, and can you overwrite the attuning to a sending stone, perhaps?
If another user attuned to the sending stone, they would be able to hear, yes.
Yes, and he said I would stop using that if I were you. If he has indeed been captured and his sending stone confiscated, it's no doubt that they would be monitoring it to see who he was talking to.
Oh crap, that means that we can't even talk to each other with sending stone then, huh?
Perhaps. No. As long as we only talk to each other, I'm not exactly cool. Is this like is it a four-way call at all times, or is it individually, or do we just connect to each other on basis
I think you'd be allowed to reconfigure them individually, send messages to a specific person if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But they exist as a set, so you have the option. It's it's your fave 4, but for sending stones.
Yeah. One moment, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Gotta get my Nokia out of the bin.
Okay, so Zeron is dead.
No, just stop saying shit like that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to get thing from thing.
You're good.
It's almost like as long as we specifically talk to each other, not Zeron, and not in the group format that we had before, I believe we'll be fine. But talking to Zeron directly could put
us
in jeopardy.
Danger. Yeah.
And of course, without a doubt, our good matron here.
Okay.
Takes a long sip of the tea and just is listening to all of this. And just goes, well, now that we've arrived in the city, I should be able to get myself to a healer or a cleric. to investigate my own issues further. I have ways of communicating with all of you, should the need arise.
Surely you shouldn't be alone right now. Sorry, I know this is all so much. How are you feeling?
I am tired. The tea's helping. A bit hungry, perhaps. But, I do not feel as though I have worsened significantly. I appreciate your concern. Should we need to be separate, I would certainly be able to rest or wait here, but would potentially appreciate. Oh, complications are always fun. I suppose we should figure out our priorities then. You say he's not responding by sending stone?
No.
And you spoke of the bounty boards. I assume they haven't simply been plastered over by some newer version of the Hawkguard missive.
No, the place where it was once was completely empty. It has been removed.
I see. Well, it would be remiss of us not to investigate, I suppose. And then you all hear a knock on the door.
Oh.
It's probably just Zero. Loka's gonna open it and do it. Zero!
You open the door, and you see a figure cloaked in red. Libra, would you like to introduce yourself to...
What?
Of course. All
Nice.
right. Hello.
Oh my gosh.
That
So-
switch, you were ready. I've had it open up for 4 hours.
Let me give you
That's
a
hilarious.
little bit of extra information, Libra.
Of course.
We have discussed some number of things, but
Yes.
as of last night, you parted ways with Zoran, and then went to the Mercenary Archives to investigate the Black Talons on behalf of Loka. We can get, I can give you the information on that when, should the need arise to discuss it.
Should need to arise, yes. I don't need that immediately.
And then, after last night, you were called back to the Royal Palace under new, somewhat surprising circumstances.
Yes.
You now have a letter to deliver from your sire, in addition to a number of items to distribute.
Yes. All right. So, sorry, once more. Who's the one that was opening the door? Loka?
Loka.
Just like as the door opens, Libra looks as if he hasn't slept a wink.
Oh my god.
It's still with the whole court intrigue, like they smile to the best of their ability and like try and do like a half bow, but it's, you can very evidently see the bags under his eyes.
Libra, thank gods. Have you seen Zoran?
I suppose we should talk inside.
Oh,
May
this
I-
keeps getting worse.
Come in.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. And they'll kind of like shimmy past Loka and kind of look at the door, slowly close it. And they just heave the biggest sigh. Like they hunch over a little bit, like their hands are on their
Oh.
knees.
Oh, sit down.
Actually,
Thank you.
what the heck is happening?
Please, have some tea.
Oh, much appreciated, my lady. Thank you. And they will take a teacup, fill it up, and they sit on the edge of one of the super plush beds, and they take a sip before setting it back on like the saucer. I'm assuming they have. If not, they're just kind of like holding it in the bottom of their like palm. There's been some complications, is the best word I can put it.
No, you're telling us.
Last night, when the prince, Zoran, was escorting me back to my home, we were discussing certain things about certain people. He told me that he had certain things he needed to know from certain people. Things
You
that
mean
apparently...
Cybella, right?
And Libra nods.
Hmm.
He's been harboring these questions, apparently, for some time, and he said he was thinking about going and speaking with her briefly, and I will admit I slightly talked him into it. I do not know what happened completely. I got a very short answer when I met with him this morning. From what I learned, he willingly surrendered.
Oh,
Wonderful.
no.
Utter.
And before
Utter
I
buffoonery.
have any grievances thrown my way about that, I have something from him for the lot of you. And Libra will kind of go into like their satchel on their side, and they will pull out a variety of things. There are 3 envelopes and a small coin purse. And they will hold out one of the first letters to just like the group, and whoever grabs it can grab it. I'm going to go ahead and throw this in docs and resources.
Love
That is the wrong link. That was the
Grabs it.
D&D Beyond link of me just not having my character sheet. Boom. Oh, that better be there.
Okay, let me see this.
Oh god, hold on. Is there a...
Um,
Okay, I was like...
I sent a
can
link. I
read-
sent a link. There is a non-fonted version at the bottom if it's a little hard to read.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for
So I'll
adding
give
that.
everyone a little time to just kind of sit with that. Or do we want for the recording for me to read it out?
I was gonna ask if you wouldn't mind
Yeah.
reading it out loud.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not gonna do it in the Zoran voice right now because I'm crying. I know where you are in the thing right now. Please, we'll get there. To the Lady Fehue of Mirage and her esteemed colleagues. Firstly, I am perfectly fine. I apologize if I worried any of you about my absence. After I left, I made a remarkably poor decision, and it cost me my freedom. To the others there, they can call me an idiot all they want later, doubly for Loka and triple that for Hassan, but I had questions that needed answering, and I finally got the answers I so desperately needed, as much as they do hurt. I am being held in the Tenon Manor. I surrendered all on my own. After extensive questioning from Lady Cybella herself, she believes I made it back to the city all on my own, and that the 5 of you don't even exist. You will have free access to the city without her watchful eye. I shall bestow Libra's abilities to a lot of you while I am away. He has agreed to be completely at your disposal. Everything of mine has been confiscated. The only thing I have left is my lantern and staff. I have heard everything that the lot of you conveyed via Sending Stone due to the nature of my attunement, but I am unable to reply.
Huh.
I'm constantly casting illusion magics to hide any of my animalistic features. I'm also under a constant watchful eye. I've no less than 3 house tenant guards standing by me at any time. Libra is the only one that can visit me unattended. I've procured 2 invitations to the party being held at the Spire. They are 2 invites that include bringing a +1. I will be at this party. This will be the only time I am both free to walk around, but also the most scrutiny. Escaping that night will be next to impossible. I would like to use the party as a planning period if this is amenable to everyone. The talks of my wedding to Lady Cybella are in full swing again, and I am certain that it will happen soon. It will be soon. How soon, I am not sure. But if it were to happen, I would be stuck here in the city. I do not wish to marry a woman who has no true feelings for me. I beseech each and every one of you. I do not wish to stay locked away here for the rest of my time. I cannot let the tale of Zoran the Extravagant end here and now. I've no one else to rely on, so please, help free me from my prison. I pray to speak to everyone tomorrow. Time to shop for some fancier clothes. I've given Libra a small coin purse to procure some nicer attire. Do not hesitate to throw my official name out there while shopping. Some merchants may be kind enough to give a decent deal if their works are going to be worn by guests at the royal court. Until tomorrow, my dearest friends. Prince Erasmus.
Libra, is there such thing as
Oh,
Libra, do any Thronian merchants sell hydrophobic attire?
Oh, most certainly. There are
Oh, good.
almost,
Oh,
I
good.
can probably count 3 off the top of my head immediately, actually.
Oh, wonderful.
And with that, it pulls out the other 2 letters, and there are 2 signed invitations. And on the back, there's a wax seal that has, if you've looked at Zoran's signet ring, it has that imprinted onto it. And then the coin purse, if anyone opens it up, it contains 50 gold pieces.
okay. Whew. Bashmina just has a fucking hand over her mouth. She is.
Well, good to know that he appears to be safe. If not, though potentially under some amount of duress.
Just a bit. I spoke with him one-on-one this morning. That was when he was able to pen the letter, actually.
I see. Do
He's...
you know what he intends to be up to today?
Actually, yes. He is going to be meeting with the royal family. His family.
I see.
He should actually probably be on his way there soon, if not now. So... Again, I'm sorry for my lord's behavior and everything that happened. Like, just fingers to, like, the bridge of his nose.
Don't blame yourself for. We had a talk recently, and I think that might have planted a seed of doubt. I don't know. It's just the timing was bad.
I'm aware. I'm perfectly aware of that. Well, now, again, hindsight is 2020 or something. He did say this was probably the only good time that he could have spoken to her about everything. And I do hate to agree.
Feihu will take one of the invitations. And kind of like observe the stamp and kind of read through it a little bit. It's just like, So, that's the 4 of us. Will you be attending? Will you be in attendance as well, Libra?
Yes, I will be.
I see. Alright then. Seems as though he's going to be occupied for at least today, but we'll want to make use of our time tomorrow to make sure we actually get a chance to speak with him at this event, gala. How would you describe it?
Party, meet and greet, I don't know. Forgive me, I promise you I'm usually much more
No.
together.
I am one to understand being exhausted.
Been a bit of a whirlwind the last 24 hours. Didn't expect anyone to be showing up, especially not my lord yesterday, then the entourage, and then this. I'm a little rattled.
I can imagine. So, and forgive me to continue to press you for information, but
Please.
I believe you were asked to look into the presence of Haraxan Coalition mercenaries within the city.
Ah, yes. Yes, please.
Did you find any evidence of their current whereabouts, or whether or not they are currently residing within the city?
I look to the DM.
Yeah, so that investigation went extremely boring, but very fruitful insofar as you discovered there was a band of Haraxan Coalition mercenaries registered in the Althronian registry. Registered in the registry. Specifically a group titled Lichbane, who acted as on the same kind of contracts as a lot of the mercenaries were, which was basically like open season on bandits, was their stated registrar. But as of very recently, they recalled their own presence in the registry and announced their departure.
I relay all of this.
So as far as you're aware, that group is no longer within the city, though there is, as you are aware,
there is interaction here.
There is an emissary from the Haraxan Coalition in attendance at the party tomorrow afternoon.
I also relay this.
Alright, so mercenaries, no. Ambassador, yes.
Correct.
Okay. Well, at the very least, we won't have people actively hunting us here. Well then.
Libra? Oh, sorry.
And you say you don't know what this party is about. Everything is up in smoke, clouded by fog?
It's... I don't know the entire purpose of it, of course. I'm not one of the planners for it. I'm just assisting in some of the details. I'm basically a very fancy errand boy for the royal family right now, as we're getting all of this together. That is my role, that is the sum of my role. I know that there are details where it's supposed to be a whole big thing of just kind of getting together, trying to make quote-unquote peace with some of the other... I wouldn't call them countries, right?
Nations would be
Nations
reasonable.
would probably be a better word.
Powers.
States.
Yeah.
States. Oh, that's state's a good one. Other states in the continent and overseas as well. Those who would... I believe we have an emissary from Kyla in attendance. There's a sort of meet and greet for all of that, and then there's a whole big party after if you actually get an invitation. It's
a bunch of grandstanding.
Spectacle, very much so. Kind of the big... I don't like to say it like this. The big wigs going, shaking hands, kissing babies on the heads. You know how it is.
Woof.
So I know that there's an emissary from there, from Kyla, and Caroline is personally forgetting.
Yeah, so there are emissaries from the Haraxan Coalition, Kyla. There's notably not an emissary from Onaro.
Yes.
There is an emissary from Dermund, and there is an emissary from Matla.
Matla, that's the one I was thinking of. Okay. So
if you would like to know their names, you may.
Sure,
Because
let's do it.
Libra would.
Let's do it.
High Chancellor Nvorak from the Haraxan Coalition. I can put these in text or voice.
That would be amazing.
High Chancellor Nvorak from the Haraxan Coalition. Vanya Rin from Kyla. Helga Cutten from Dirmund. And Claude Matthias from Matla.
Strong names. I like that. I like it.
Claude. Fucking Claude.
Claude!
It's a good name. It's a good name.
Leave him alone. I made it.
Look, all I'm thinking, look, my roommates were watching Steven Universe. Every time you say Claude,
Claude.
all I ever get
True.
to hear is Peridot yelling, Claude!
Oh, that's fair. I think of a very different
Claudes.
Claude.
Such a good word.
All right. But I relay this out to everyone, and I'll state the names as well.
You also, like, just like, yeah, I can also just, like, divulge some info Libra should and would know about the party.
It's anything that Libra would know,
Mm-hmm.
I
Claude, my
guess.
beloved.
It's anything
yeah.
that would be relevant for now.
Yeah, the biggest thing would probably just be attendance. So these emissaries are going to be there. As far as you know, Libra, as of this morning, the entire royal family will be there. The Sultan, the Sultana, all three princes, Prince Simsuma's wife Mila, Sibella will be in attendance. There will be several people from various noble houses, and also just a large number of general Thronians. It is kind of this two-tier party where there is basically like a big public section where probably the officials are going to be doing their kind of grandstanding, right? They're like meeting with the people, and then effectively a VIP section, which is where the nobles can go and hang out and not be harassed by commoners, which is what the four of you have just received invitations to effectively the VIP section of this meet and greet.
Out of curiosity, can I try and suss out if I've heard of like High Chancellor Nvorak, Vanya Rin, Helga Cutten, Claude Matthias?
Sure. Go ahead and just roll me like one history check.
Thank you. Good, 23.
23. Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
So yeah, you have definitely heard of most of these people. I'll give you just like these are individuals in a sea of relative importance, non-importance. So I'll give you just like a fact, about most of them. Helga Cutten, just one of the minor royal from Dirmund. Claude Matthias is one of the arbiters from Matla. So less of a ruler or politician, more of a peacekeeper. Is here representing Matla.
Kind of a local warlord kind of thing.
Not that, no. More like
Right.
like a ranger. Like
Have you played Disco Elysium?
I've been meaning to.
Okay.
Local deputy, they keep the law in these parts.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more
They're a bit
complicated than
weird.
that, but Matla is a little bit more complicated than that, and that is something you know. Is that like
I know Matla's supposed to be sort of an anarchist kind of state.
Pseudo-anarchic, yeah.
which is why it's a little weird. Like having an emissary from Matla is kind of a complicated proposition, and as such, Claude is kind of a complicated individual. Vanya Rin from Kyla she is a person of note from the Kylan Institute, which is an institution of like education and innovation, like magical and technological innovation. And High Chancellor Nvorak, as far as you are aware, is the current leader, like, of the Huraxan Coalition.
Oh.
By all accounts and purposes, would be, like, equivalent in political importance to Sultan Samarabi, if a little less well-known.
Damn.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out. Hasan was just like sort of rubbing his temples a little bit. I was trying to think. I'm just still trying to wonder. Perhaps they're just trying to shore up legitimacy. What are they trying to even achieve with this party? Besides just. Never mind. Sorry. My own, not what I should be worrying about at the moment.
You just get a shrug from Libra. I work with the royal courts. I don't know what they do. I don't care to know what they do. Like, that is the only way I can put it. And it sounds bad. Because it probably is, but it's it's a lot.
That said, Libra, how much do you know about Althronian law?
The law?
Well, I mean, something of this size, there must be, for one, quite a lot of them.
Are you familiar with the second, I'd say, nickname for the city?
City of 1,000 Laws.
Correct.
Oh, wow, that's quite on the nose. I didn't realize. Okay.
City of 1,000 Colors and City of 1,000 Rules. Or laws, depending on which version you like better.
Would you say that you're familiar with at least some of them?
Oh, I've had to memorize all of them.
Oh my
It kind
Wow,
of goes
that's
with
really
my
convenient.
station. Some really dumb ones. Some really dumb ones.
Well, that's kind of... I was hoping that, seeing as you seem well-versed in all of this, is there a way to contest this marriage, this union? Like...
And it's like, they look a little like, It's complicated.
Of course it is.
I wish there was a way I could say yes.
I mean...
It would have to be a long, very long process to even get there. I'm talking at least like a dozen signatures. Minimum probably 3 meetings between the royal courts and the noble houses, testimonies on each sides.
Negotiations of compensation.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh.
It's a legal affair, and legal affairs in Althra are perhaps more convoluted than others.
In this city, coin is key, but it's much more complicated when it is very much a political marriage like this. One that's very, very publicized. It was the same amount of traction of their engagement as the prince's elder brother, Samsuma, and his wife now, Mila. same amount of traction. Obviously, it went through, but it's every resident of Althra knows that of this engagement between Prince Erasmus, Zoran, and Lady Cybella.
Okay.
The scandal that would just break out if something so easy of just the prince saying, I don't wish to marry you. The scandal that would break out for the city, it would cripple the house. It's why we have to keep these sort of cautionary precautions. I just said the same word twice, basically. I'm losing my mind. It's why we have these rules in place.
Okay, so, I mean, Zoran just said in this letter here that he wants us to help him leave.
Yeah, we're...
So, I mean, is it going to be more of a scandal to go through the legal process of annulling a marriage?
How does Loka know these words? How does he know this?
He's really well read. He's really well read on just law books. Or no, romance novels.
Oh, Christ. Oh,
Absolutely romance novels.
Horrible. Loka,
come on, man. The
Loka
werewolf
loves
romances,
smut.
they're huge. They're huge in Fae.
So is it easier to annul a marriage, or is it easier to just kidnap a prince and bring him back with us?
It's a very sour face on Libra's face right now. They're like, ooh.
I mean, it's easier for whom, right? If Zoran were to simply disappear by nefarious means, by that I mean us. I do not mean that they're going to disappear by nefarious means. It gives both him and the noble house plausible deniability. If
My headphones just cut off, I'm sorry.
If Zoran attempted to annul the marriage legally, it could be a ruinous quantity of public ire for both the royal house and the noble house. If there were a way to maneuver it as such that not just legally, but publicly, blame were to fall on the side of the noble house, that would perchance be an escape. Though it would be, that is certainly an eye of the needle to shoot for.
God, thank you. You're evil. I like you. Holy shit, that was excellent.
I've dealt with politics in Althra enough times to know sometimes, and I hope you'll forgive me for saying so, Libra, who you should and should not anger.
It's a ruthless game.
Then, if this is the way we are going, then may I suggest, who would we go to spread a rumor? Where are the delegates staying? Who would distribute scandal, and who would do it quickly?
Yet, do we even have a scandal to work with?
Sorry,
We already have one. We already have one. Lady Cybella has taken the prince hostage.
And yet, even if we say it's something like that, they're going to counter with, well, he surrendered willingly. Because he did.
Yeah, we also kind of have that particularly in writing, too, so...
Yeah, that's...
I would err not using the letter as any sort of evidence.
No, we should... This almost shouldn't even exist, really. This should be kept secret.
Loka eats it.
Look,
in his fucking mouth.
I
that's not what I
don't
meant.
think that's healthy.
Okay, well,
now
it's...
Is this normal?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, gone.
Libra is trying to stay as straight-faced as they are, but they're both amused and horrified at the same time.
Save me, save
The
me.
digestive systems of Lokatha are very, very powerful. You know, the acid in the bodies is about 2 times can dissolve the plant matter at about 2 times the rate as your average human. You know, that's how they can.
How do you know this? How? You know what? No, I don't. Libra, please help me.
Libra just like throws her hands up in the air. I don't even know what to do here. Okay.
Let's get back on track.
Okay.
So,
Interesting.
it sounds like, you said that Zoran is visiting the royal family today.
Yes. He should probably be at the palace now.
Explicitly invited, I do not think we should attempt to contact or visit him there.
No, absolutely.
He's provided an opening for us.
Probably not get entry into the royal palace.
Precisely.
Unless you wanted to use the meeting with the Sultan now. I would err against that.
I agree. Though I do think, Libra, if you would not mind, it may be a good idea to schedule that meeting sooner rather than later.
Of course. And they immediately pull out like a small journal, like a leather-bound journal, and they immediately have their quill ready.
Excellent. I think I should still go about my plan of visiting an apothecary, and maybe plan around that for my meeting with the Sultan and the royal court. Besides that, we know that we have an opening to speak with and plan with Zoran at this gathering tomorrow.
Correct.
He's provided that much for us. We may be able to, if he so finds a way to contact us between this. Libra, you said you can visit him.
I am unable to talk to him one-on-one without any other eyes.
Then there's a chance
Hopefully.
we may have another point of contact this evening, perhaps, Libra?
Yes, I can...
Even tomorrow morning,
I can fashion
maybe?
something up, yes.
Excellent. Then, in that case, we have some time to prepare today, and perhaps a little bit tomorrow morning before this meeting with Libra, or with Zoran and this event. Hassan, you mentioned spreading a well-crafted rumor. Maybe... I don't disagree with this course of action. I think that could be very beneficial, if put into the right mouths.
If what was put into the right mouth?
A rumor.
Okay. Yeah.
Phrasing? Phrasing?
Yeah, phrasing.
I mean, I guess it is this kind of establishment. This kind. Bad joke, I'm sorry.
I was just laughing because Loka literally just ate something. So.
Libra's still the only one who has the full context of the magic mouse.
Yeah. They super do.
Yeah,
And
where
I
do-
don't think they want to say anything.
Here's the trouble, though. We don't know who to give it to. My first thought would be to give it to diplomats or Gaiul or Thranian nobles, but who knows where they would stay? I mean, they could be staying anywhere.
I can probably find that information. Interesting choice, though, I must say.
The noble houses, as far as I'm aware, are not exactly allies with one another. So if you
No.
picked the right one, perchance.
Does House Tennant have any particularly vocal rivals?
There are...
It's Oh, it really depends on the day.
Would you like to roll history for me, Libra?
Absolutely. Give
I
me
have to
one
go to the bathroom real
second.
quick. I have to.
I have to pull up the sheet. Oh, I don't have.
You have an
that.
11 in wisdom, so that'll just be a +1,
Yeah.
I think.
Is it +1 or just a flat 0? I think that's a 0.
It might be flat 0. I'll give you advantage though, because this is in your wheelhouse.
Thank God, because that was a crit fail.
Ooh,
Oh, so much better. 18.
18.
He was almost a 2.
I'll wait until Ananan gets back. But yeah, right now, and we can reiterate this. As of right now specifically, and as of effectively since Zoran left, the Tenon House's greatest tension has been with House Ymira. Because Lady Mila Ymira, current wife of Prince Samsuma, managed to do what Tenon has failed to do, which is a joint noble royal political marriage that has now ended in not just a cohesive relationship, but heirs.
Yes.
So because the A Mila and A Samarabi have paired effectively, the fact that the Tenons have not has caused some conflict between the two.
Is there any tension between Tenon and Kessel as well?
There is some, certainly, though the Bintai and Kessel tend to clash together more often, both being in the craft region, Bintai being jewels and precious metals, and Kessel being more in control of the mining and ore operations. So because those two are in similar industries, they tend to clash a lot more.
Okay. So yeah, once everyone's back, I will relay this information.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how to word it myself.
And I believe that Hannah is back.
And back.
Fabulous. Okay, the basic rundown, not in character. There's some stressful relations between House Ymira and House Tenon. Mainly because House Ymira, one of the daughters, Mila, ended up actually marrying the eldest prince. And it went out as a successful relationship. Not only that it was a political marriage between a royal and a noble, but they also ended up producing heirs as well.
So
basically, it's something House Ymir did it, House 10 failed.
Interesting. That could create a lot of discordance just within. I'm not good at this kind of thing. I wouldn't know what angle to push.
I do like the rumor idea. At the same time, I'm kind of terrified for it. Depending on what we say and who we say it to, could theoretically cripple House Tenon.
Socially.
Although, for some time, they do control a very large part of the markets, but that's a different story.
Alright, so if Tenon is our target to cast in a bad light, why does House Ymira hate House Tenon?
They're jealous. Or well, no,
I don't.
Ymir,
House Ymir doesn't
it would
hate
be
House Tenon, does it?
right. It would be one directional, wouldn't it?
The Tenon Ymira tension is there is that jealousy there. But the Ymira tension down is more economic. It's that the Tenons do control a huge representation aesthetically of the city. So the tenons are in control of a lot of the textiles and dyes and livestock trade in Althra. So when people say, Althra, the city of 1,000 colors, those colors are of House Tenon.
It's House Tenon.
House Tenon is what's bringing them here. Ymira are largely in control of the entertainment and service portion of Althra. So even if they are not immediately what you see when you come to Althra, they are what you experience when you come to Althra. And there is a tension back insofar as House Ymira wishes they were as openly and obviously recognized for their contributions to Althra as a city-state as people do to House Tenon.
House Tenon, yeah.
Okay. I have no inspiration for what kind of rumor to spread, though.
We can also let Dice decide if you would like to.
Good.
We do not have to come up with a specific rumor. We can just
Say,
pick a rumor. Or maybe even a small variety. The effectiveness of some rumors is in their non-specificity that allows them to gain on
Propagate
stories
and
and
mutate.
exactly become mimetic.
I'm going to elect not to roll.
Sure.
I think Libra wants to hear any ideas and then kind of go from there where it's like, could work, maybe not.
If we wish to inflame tensions top down, and economics is concerned, we could tell those from begin to tell those from Ymira that Prince Erasmus's marriage will be compensated, that House Tenon for their, how do you say, distress for the difficulty will be compensated in further market control, further, how do you say, patronage from the royal family, and perhaps give them opportunities that the House Ymira otherwise would not have, which is utterly dull, of course. It's not going to be spreading through which is
A
slightly
slight
dull.
modification, then,
Yeah.
that the reason the Tenons are so desperate to marry a royal is they can already feel their grip on Althra slipping and believe they need the boost that only one of the Sultanate can provide to prevent their house from becoming destitute.
And for House Tenon, if we spoke to House Tenon, perhaps we could tell the Tenons that House Ymira is putting pressure on the royal family to not deal with a house who has clearly been unable to handle a marriage, and that House Ymira is perhaps looking to even further their own grip. Perhaps a mix of the two.
Could certainly be an effective tool to pit them against each other.
It could work.
And of course, there's a matter of. I do like these two rumors. If we put two to. How would it? I don't know. Eli's a player. This is Eli. Is putting two competing rumors out there, is that a good idea or a bad idea?
Beats the hell out of me.
It theoretically could work really well. There's already the tensions there between the two houses. that it could not really incite a war between the two, but like could further escalate any sort of tensions that there are.
Yeah, I think so. The advantages here are that doing both sides, like trying to play both sides of these noble houses, means you have wider chance of success, right? But that also is because they are directly competing rumors. There's also a chance that they conflict so strongly that neither takes hold. If you had two rumors that aligned rather than conflicted, that may be able to emphasize both of them rather than giving you the conflicting chance at either overtaking the other. But you're also just giving yourself twice the chance of success, right? If you have two rumors and one doesn't take hold, well, maybe the other one does.
The two rumors sound close enough, like, in relation that, like, they seem plausible.
I would tend to agree. Then
This
who
is
do
the
we
kind of thing that's over my head.
then are those perhaps just even the of course these will morph, of course, but is that the framework of what we will be going with?
We could definitely start with those. There's another aspect, though, that I think we might be looking over slightly.
Yes?
Rumors travel if they are picked up. Rumors modify as they're passed from ear to ear. Once we put it out, we have no control
Cannot take it back.
on how it escalates from there. It's what's the phrase? Snowball effect? It could just blow out of proportion completely. And then that is just straight hearsay, that could end up just straight scandals. It could go out to all-out war between the two houses.
And then in the chaos, we come in, we swoop up Zoran, and then we blame it on the Tens, or whoever. It's easy.
Something tells me I think a kidnapping would perhaps be far too dramatic.
Well, that was the original story.
It was. Well, that we. Perhaps rather that we allow Zoran. Zoran has escaped before.
Correct. I aided him on his initial escape.
How did he escape? What was the cover? What?
I think it was a lot more simple than that. Like, Neuron basically just left.
Yeah. It literally just kind of like dead of night, packed what they could, just dipped.
So if he's under constant observation, I believe all we need to worry about is making sure there are that there are greater worries for those eyes that are on him to be looking upon, and Zoran can escape himself as he did before. All we need to create is a dilemma.
Yes. However, I do not think Lady Isabella is going to make it that easy this time.
I think, a way to make it easier, at least.
Please.
I can look like him. Then their eyes never actually ever leave him, technically.
Okay, but like, wouldn't that mean that it was pretty possible for them to just take you instead? And then we have to do the whole thing over again, and it's just a constant, someone dresses up as Zoran and then they get captured because we recaptured the other Zoran. That's a big old circus. I don't know if I like that idea.
I agree with Loka. Putting yourself in a sense, putting yourself in danger just again implicates you. The best possibility is that we get out of this without having our hands directly involved with the escape.
All that said, our friend Pejmina here is significantly more agile than Zoran.
I'm faster. I can also go invisible.
Also?
Oh. Yeah.
Yes, Saran can go invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Another, like, fingers to, like, the bridge of his nose. Okay.
Your friend has been doing awfully foolish things in the past year. I want you to know this.
Oh, how much can change in 3 months? 3 months. Okay. Alright. I suppose I neglected to say one thing. Something the prince told me earlier. Cybella is aware that he can use magic. Obviously, he disguised himself as me when he originally went to meet with Lady Cybella. I also believe that no one else knows he can use magic. So at the very least, that could be a possible trump card if he can go invisible, like you've said, and I have no reason to doubt you. That could be a thing. The only thing is, Cybella also might be looking out for it.
Then we just make sure that he doesn't need to.
Let us hope.
All right, then it sounds like we have at least the beginnings of a plan, so that we might be able to cobble something together when we meet in person on the morrow.
I can see if I can talk to him again tonight, see if they have any input on any sort of rumor that we can put out. They might have an idea.
It sounds like a plan. In the meantime, we are to be in attendance at this event, so we should look the part. Additionally, if at least Libra and anyone else who would spare the time, I would appreciate some additional attendance when visiting a temple.
Yes, of course.
I'm also happy to guide you to any of them.
I believe I may have not some connections, but perhaps a resonance with the clerics of Kol Karan. Let's I think I would like to attend there.
Of course. Are you looking to make the trek now?
Sooner rather than later, I believe. Unless you have something else to attend to.
As of right now, no. I could make my way to the Royal Palace, see how that meeting's going, but I am at the lot of yours' complete disposal. Whatever you need me for. If you want me to be there for you, with you, I'm more than happy to. If my services are better put elsewhere, then by all means.
I hesitate to... We have, I believe, sufficient time that we should not need to split the party, but would all here in attendance be willing to walk with me to the temple?
I should like to.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Libra nods then.
Would you mind leading the way? Actually, can we stop by the... I am famished. Could we pick something up along the way?
Can we stop at McDonald's?
Oh, yes, there's actually only one about 4 blocks away from here.
Known purveyor of Althronian kebabs?
Yes.
the Mick kebab.
Their potato straws are exquisite. Although I do have to say their ice cream machine is always down.
Always broken.
It's
Always broken.
always broken.
It is really hot here, though, so.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
that's very true. That is very true. We are kind of in a desert.
Love that.
Just a little.
All right. Onward to snacks. Feihu gets up.
Perfect.
Mom, you're purring so loud. Stop.
Baby. All right. In that case, Feihu will lead the way, if everyone is okay with following. To basically just whatever smells good and is close.
As we're walking, Peshmina will tap Hason on the shoulder and go, I'm ready to take my meteor hammer back, by the way.
If you're sure. Hason will hand it to them. Do be careful, there is a living thing in that weapon.
I'm coming to terms with that. I think it's going to be useful.
I'm sure it will. Although, I hope it won't.
It's just what I'm most comfortable with.
All right.
Thanks.
Yep.
Feihu is in fact drawn to the sizzling kebabs of McNaldo's. And eats a surprising number of them. She has more than would be expected for a humanoid-sized person.
I'm glad you have an appetite. I was worried about you.
Oh, I am starving. And she will likewise pay for all of you as well to have. You notice frequently when she pays, she kind of reaches into her pouch, and her hand goes a little deeper than expected into the pouch whenever she's pulling out coins.
Nifty.
All right, to the temple.
Libra will gladly lead the way to the nearest Kul Quran temple.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I realized so I want to have this. I want to talk about this very briefly. Kul Quran. I did not think about the second 2 syllables of that because it's just like okay, name. I accidentally named a god of wealth in our kind of not quite Middle East inspired, but like general desert zone
After the Quran.
with Quran. It's not even mine. It's from Eberron.
Yeah, it is an Eberron thing. Yeah.
Anyway,
It's
unintentional, but fine. So it is a beautiful. This is. How many of you have been to temples proper? There are many, many small temples around. It is frequent to have a temple that is as big as, like, effectively just a single statue or a shrine. Like the shrine of Leviatar that you visited on the way north to the up there.
Peshmina's probably been to one exactly once, because there is a notable one in Matla, but that's probably it. And that was like a long time ago.
I'm gonna say yes, but underwater.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
So probably is it like constructed out of plant matter or like carved into an underwater cavern? Like how would you describe kind of the architecture of that kind of underwater temple?
Oh God, I don't know. I think I think the city that Loka would have come from would be large.
Large.
Being that it is deep underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, probably like built, maybe honestly like built into the Earth's crust a little bit. You know.
That rules.
So yeah, cave-ish, cave-like.
Gotcha. And Hassan, you've done lots of traveling. Do you visit religious sites frequently?
Oh, of course. Hassan, look, Hassan. You know, it's a little rude. I know it's a little rude to call religion folklore, but everything's kind of folklore in a way. Whatever. Hassan loves to get those little bits of those little stories from different people, especially the oral histories.
Yeah, absolutely. This temple is opulent. This is a temple to Kalkaran. The one of the primarily worshipped deities in Althra, who is a god of wealth and power. And as such, this temple is full of gold. Lots of it is molded into statues, leafed in intricate ways along wall panels. The temple itself is a fairly large, ornate building. There's a variety of services and individuals and priests and priestesses available. They have everything from healing to accounting to financial advice. They offer a wide variety of consultations and services.
The religion of bookkeeping.
Basically, right? There's a lot of faith put into maybe merits that aren't as traditional as like a god of good or a god of virtue. But there's writings on the wall that really preach the virtues of things like responsibility and good stewardship. Things that are very important in finance, but are also important in life as well. Having entered, you are greeted quickly by a particular priestess who is just kind of like hanging around near the entrances. She and Feihu kind of exchange pleasantries and speak quietly about that Feihu has been suffering a mysterious malady, and requests that she might be able to see the highest cleric that she may gain time from, and in so asking, passes a platinum bar
Oh my god.
to the priestess.
Jesus.
The priestess takes it and looks at it and goes, I will see what I can do. Thank you for bestowing upon us this gift. And she, like, very discreetly tucks the bar into the folds of her robe arms, her sleeves, and kind of, like, smoothly walks away with a little bit more hustle than anticipated.
May I ask a question about Kolkara, the worship of Kolkara, and that religion in general? I immediately.
Would you like to ask me, or would you like to ask an attendant?
I would like to ask you because I think I kind of want to know what Hassan might know.
Gotcha.
I'm suddenly started thinking of what's that thing that I think it was Rockefeller or Carnegie, like Gospel of Wealth or something like that. Is that big in this religion?
It's a sect, certainly. Because this is the primary deity of the city itself, it is very multifaceted. There is a lot of disparate beliefs, just as there are a lot of disparate philosophies about even the mere concept of wealth and money and property as like an idea. Generally, the clerics of Kolkaran preach both responsibility but generosity as well. There is this undercurrent of, like I said, stewardship that undercuts a lot of the more industrial, exactly. A lot of the individualistic mindsets and philosophies are frequently undercut by this belief that, yeah, if you are given great wealth, you have a responsibility to distribute it, not to keep it. Like, you have been given, there's a lot of, like, farming analogy. Like, you have been given many seeds. You need to go sow them or they'll rot in your barns. Like, this having great wealth and great power isn't good if you don't do anything with it. Which is part of the reason Althra is such a bright and vibrant city. Like, even the monetarists, the people who are the most committed to the acquisition and growth of wealth, the real, like, financial go-getters in this city, are deeply invested in reinvesting that wealth in the city itself and growing the power of the city. That is still, to some extent, in their own self-interest. But it's not the same as, they're not hoarding. There's actually a lot of philosophical shade thrown on hoarders. It's part of the reason in Althra, like, some notable figures are, I'm just giving you lore now, some notable figures are people like dragon slayers, and generally dragons are seen in an unfavorable light in Althra, explicitly because of this folkloric penchant for hoarding.
Mm.
Like, because of hoarding. Hassan is going to just sort of say, because I think this isn't the first temple Hassan to Kolkaran that Hassan has been in. And I have a feeling that just as there's one that celebrates opulence, there's one that celebrates thrift more than anything.
Sure.
Or rather, one, or maybe, what am I trying to think of? And tries to, you know how, like, there's a difference between there's, like, the Catholic Church, it's all gold and amazing and beautiful art, and then there's some, like, the whole idea of monks being very humble and dressing in plain clothes and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think that there's that kind of disparity between certain sects of this religion. Would you say?
Absolutely. And, yeah, because it is a main deity, there are disparate sects, disparate ideologies and beliefs within the worship of this single deity.
Hassan is just sort of mumbling to himself. I wonder how many nobles have come in here and justified and had to justify to themselves their wealth. Something like that. I don't know, but that's... Sorry, I'm just thinking of... Sorry, you've just piked my interest with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, actually, first of all, Hassan, are you done? Do you have anything else you need to do?
No, that's all I was asking. And sorry I brought you on that whole ride.
No, it's cool.
You ain't gotta apologize.
Never gotta apologize for that.
Screwplex lore.
I am struggling as a player, because we are in a place of opulence, and there is this is the place that where money is, you know. And I think
really don't like where this is going.
I think
I really don't.
I think Loka abides by the law of the best things in life are free. So, is there...
5-finger discount, baby.
So within that, I yes, absolutely. Obviously, I'm going to say yes. there's relevantly at the seat of, you are in this kind of entryway to this temple, and there is a large statue dedicated to Kalkaran, specifically in the image of basically a very rotund man enjoying himself on like a feast, which is a common symbol of Kalkaran. It is this enjoyment of wealth and power. And at this figure's feet, there are a huge number of coins. It's basically this basin that is just filled with coins. And it looks like a lot of them are lower tier donations. So there's like copper and silver. There's like maybe a gold buried in there somewhere. But as you have stood here in the entryway, you have noticed quite a number of people coming in and dropping coins in the basin, and also a number of people coming in and taking coins out of the basin. As in, this appears to be effectively, as with this philosophy of wealth, give what you can and take what you need. And I think like that as a description is actually like written at the bottom of this statue. That being said, you can. I don't know if you notice this, Loka, because of the kind of person you are, but everyone kind of gets the sense that there is a social boundary of how much you should be giving and taking, right? No one is coming in with like a sack and like shoveling coins into it and then walking out. People are grabbing, are coming and leaving a handful or taking a handful. There are also an incredible number of very beautiful statues. There's solid gold statues, there's solid gold trim, ornate things, there are individual plaques. You see artifacts and statues around you signifying different things, emblazoned engraved plates, all of which are constructed out of and some incredibly valuable materials.
Anything small?
Small.
Statuettes?
Yeah, let's go ahead and say there is a series of dioramas that are each like little parables. Individual parables that are constructed of these little sculpted gold figures that are no more than several inches tall individually.
I couldn't remember what a diorama looked like, so I looked it up and yes.
Like a little manger scene, but based around money.
Yeah. Yeah. Accurate.
The Virgin Mary, but in the Ritz Hotel.
And she's wearing stunner shades.
Yeah. And a sun hat.
Baby Jesus with a Rolex. Okay, stop.
Oh god, I really do want to snatch one.
There are a lot of clergy in the area.
Yes. You can try.
If you would like to kind of make a perception check about the rounds, what kind of people are keeping an eye on, how obviously are you salivating over all of the gold in the room?
Let me find out. Extremely.
Very obviously.
Did
So,
you see this?
Hasan, Pejmina, Libra, you see Loka go bug-eyed as he just looks at all the gold in this room.
I will remind you, Loka, we have in our possession more money than most of these people will make in a year. And the adage is that those take what they need and give what they can give. Now tell me, Loka, what do you believe you truly need here?
He grabs Your clothing. I don't know where he comes up to you at, but he grabs your clothing and he just says,
All of it!
Loka. Then may I ask, Loka, would you also like perhaps a little spear in your ankle, or perhaps a bunch of rocks thrown in your face?
I will do my best.
The sigh.
Not to,
Did you know, Loka, did you know, Loka, that although thankfully these long days are long past, those of hoarders used to have their hands chopped off if they were discovered taking more than they needed, or
Oh, now you're just
hoarding
being
well.
grim. Here, if you fucking take anything, I'm just gonna replace it.
If
are
you take
you
anything,
sure?
if you take anything, I'm just gonna steal it back.
Never
Yes,
did
that
trust
was a
you, Libra.
threat. It was a threat. I'm just making sure my lord's friends don't get arrested on their
Yeah, we
first
have-
day in the city.
Big problems right now. We really can't afford to get in trouble. That's the main thing.
But we could afford it if we could take some of this.
No! Look, if you're gonna take anything, take coin, and I'll just put it back.
This is so hard.
Are you in that dire need?
I
of
could
coin?
just give you 10 gold right now.
If you're in a dire need and Libro go into their own coin purse, I know my lord provided his own coin, but if you do desperately need more,
You know what? I really do, actually.
insight, absolutely insight.
This can't be healthy. Hasan is mumbling to
This
himself.
can't be healthy.
All right, I'm rolling insight. Ooh, that's very
Listen,
good.
you can't chastise someone into behaving. It just never works. You can't shame a person into being someone different. We just have to, you know.
how very good is it? Because I just used my Loka dice for the first time, and it's quite good.
Oh, maybe not then. 17.
22.
All right.
Oh.
Libra's handing over. Oh, what's a good amount?
Just
What
those
should I
giant
roll?
puppy dog fish
D12?
eyes and puppies also
A
looking
D12.
up at Libra from beside Loka.
All right. What?
Just like on his head, flopped up on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Is a D12 acceptable? Yeah.
You get to make your own decisions.
10
Yeah.
gold.
10 gold.
Seems about right.
I'd
I'm
take that out of
adding that.
Zeron's coin purse.
As per, would any of you like to donate coins to this, donate anything to this, bin?
Libra has a few to donate.
Tray. Excellent.
It'll be 3 silver and 5 copper.
All right.
I was about to say maybe just like 5 copper.
Help
just
you a little
because
handful. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not that wealthy right now. I'm not in dire straits, but I am not wealthy right now.
Loka just made 100
You
bucks.
just made, yeah, like you
I
have-
think I think he can pop in a couple copper.
Aw. That's the spirit.
For sure.
I'll give as many gold as I
God.
got copper, so 10 copper.
Excellent.
Beautiful. It's specifically though, I should mention Libra's putting all the coins that they're putting in face up.
Hmm.
Oh.
Hasan will put 2 gold in.
Oh.
Everyone who put coins in, which I believe is everyone, go ahead and gain inspiration.
Whoa!
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, oops. I've had inspiration for I don't even know how long now. Jesus Christ.
You probably used it at some point and just forgot to turn it off.
No, probably not. I probably have not.
After a short bit of waiting, the priestess that Fahey was chatting with comes back with another member in significantly more ornate robes, who is introduced as a high priestess of Kolkoran, and who requests Fahey's attendance in a private room.
Oh.
She kind of like looks back at the lot of you, just like, I promise I'll, if you would not mind waiting briefly, I should be out again shortly.
Okay. Okay.
And I. Oh man.
Hey, Hugh, can I come with?
Is there a particular reason you would like to?
We care about her.
I mean, I'm your hired, personal guard, right? So.
she genuinely laughs at that and just kind of like looks at the lot of you and at the High Priestess and just kind of like, would you mind if I brought my attendants with me? And the High Priestess kind of looks at the ragtag lot of you.
Pashmina's eyes are huge and just like, please.
The priestess certainly softens and is just like, totally fine. I have a privacy screen that we can employ for some benefit, and brings the lot of you deeper into the temple. So the High Priestess guides you past several halls, past the public sectors of the temple, into what is effectively a cozy little office. Certainly a very much a healer's study. There are a number of flasks of white and red and golden liquids that like softly glow or fizz just a little bit. A large number of implements, not so much doctor's tools. This is not by any means any kind of like surgical bay or examination chamber, but more of the softer magics of healing. And you are all asked to kind of like wait briefly as Zerga and the High Priestess step onto the other side of a kind of long curtain that is drawn, and you can like just kind of see their silhouettes. Feihu, in honesty, describes her condition, disrobes, shows the graying feathers, the symptoms, the fatigue, the suspicion that she may have consumed something.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Did Feihu transform back into an Aarakocra?
No, sorry. Yeah, you're right. She is still currently
I thought I
a
missed
white
that. My bad.
dragonborn. No.
So
Thank
sorry.
you for that.
So the faded scales.
The faded scales, yes. The graying scales. And her other symptoms. The High Priestess examines. She appears to be reading from a book the entire time, does some closer examinations, draws an implement of some kind. It looks kind of like a wand from the silhouette you get through the curtain, and presses its tip against Zerga in a few locations, and after a soft silence inquires, my lady, I think it would be useful if we... I appreciate your honesty, but I think we should continue in the same understanding that we both now have. You are draconic, correct? And Feihu nods and says yes. And she says, okay. And the healer just kind of like nods and just goes, okay. And you have, I assume you have attempted to use your magics in such a way as to alleviate this, and Feihu nods again, and they kind of, that hurdle moved past, with the High Priestess seemingly fully in acceptance of this as a reality. Continues with the examination. They kind of go back and forth a little bit about what various symptoms could mean, whether or not they are biological or magical. They rule out any several major curses that it could be, which would be more difficult to dispel through traditional means, but not impossible, though it seems that this does not appear to be that. And after an amount of kind of hemming and hawing over circumstances and running a few additional tests. On a couple occasions, the High Priestess actually comes out from the curtain to grab a few specific vials of substance to walk back behind, and which Feihu either drinks or the High Priestess pours onto her body at specific locations. And they eventually settle on the idea that it is a necrotic degeneration. Meaning, in effectively very simple terms, Feihu's body is dying. It is undergoing the process of the graying, and the edges and the tips aren't symptoms like discoloration. It is as
Cell
if
death, like.
yeah, exactly. It's like rigor mortis setting in at her edges.
Does this at all sound similar to what Pashmina went through?
Roll a medicine check for me.
I beg. Yes! 23.
23? Fairly similar, actually. The biggest difference here that you can tell of is yours was dispelled. Yours was similar symptoms, a similar affliction, but was the result of a hexed infection, effectively. This, if it was the result of an ingested poison, which is their best theory, even at the conclusion of what is going on with Feihu, neither of them fully understand how it came to be. If it was by ingestion, it was via a poison that neither of them have
Encountered before.
any conception of.
We are certain that this is not a natural sort of dying process for dragons.
Right. This is the actual the biggest quizzical problem, is that by all accounts, this is what happens when a dragon dies. But Feihu isn't dead. Feihu's actually a fairly young dragon. Feihu is not anywhere near the natural range in which draconic individuals... relevantly, dragons, kind of like alligators, they don't die due to old age. They just get stronger the older they are. This is the kind of thing that would happen not after a dragon is old enough, but after a dragon is killed. These sorts of symptoms would set in on their corporeal form. And the reason some things like traditional healing don't seem to be taking effect is because her body is treating these processes as natural. Like, it thinks that it is undergoing a process. The body thinks it is undergoing a process it should be undergoing because it will eventually. So it's not trying to fight it. And any kind of casting and magic looking at her body don't identify this as a sickness or a problem.
Oh my god.
And even so, have a much better understanding of the problem, but unfortunately neither of them are particularly closer to a cure.
We're all in the room, the same room, right?
Correct.
Give me a quick recap. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so, how do I summarize? I gave a lot of superfluous detail. Feihu's body is dying, but it doesn't know that it's dying, which is part of the reason it's so difficult to heal, is her like, almost like metaphysical self isn't recognizing that anything is wrong with her. So healing magics, healing potions, natural remedies aren't doing anything because her body isn't treating what is happening to her as a problem.
I'm confused, but okay.
Yeah,
It is confusing.
Yeah.
It's that's just like okay. The second question, is it treatable? Or is this
Not
like
that
a
they know of.
terminal?
This is it's like treatable implies that they would even have a full understanding of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And despite both of their expertise, as Fehu being a healer and this High Priestess being an incredibly skilled healer, neither of them know of a way to deal with that. This entire process, by the way, while you all kind of stand behind the curtain while they hash this out between the two of them, probably takes several hours.
I can believe it.
Yeah.
But near the end of the process, the High Priestess kind of turns to Fehu and goes, well, one thing that may help you is you are undergoing... Your body is enchanted at the moment as you are polymorphed. If you took a form more closely associated with your natural state of self, that may slow the process. I'm not saying you necessarily need to walk back onto the streets of Althra in your full quadrupedal, fearsome form, but perhaps a slight change in appearance may allow you to abstain from this progression a little longer. Fehu kind of like considers and goes, I have a form I haven't taken for a very long time that I think I may be able to use for this. And I have a new mini. I have a new mini for Fehu. Let's see if I can get her. Ink. There we go. And she draws the curtain back and reveals herself standing very similar to the blue Aarakocra form, but as a blue dragonborn in loose flowing robes holding her staff as before.
I'm running through the markets trying to find this. I'm genuinely like, where?
So you don't know what's going on. It's some sort of necrotic thing. Is there like a necrotic specialist or like a necrotic cleric or like I assume just some sort of like benevolent evil person that maybe we can talk to and see if they know what to do about this?
Fehu heaves a long sigh and looks to Hassan.
Does Hassan know? Does it remind Hassan of anything he's read within the tome?
The discussions of what the conditions, like the processes, you are intimately familiar with what happens to a body when it dies, because of having read the book. But like there are small bells ringing in this condition that are the more it is described and kind of discussed and negotiated, the more you start to realize that this is something that should be theoretically possible with the delicate application of necromantic magic.
With the implication being that someone has been applying this magic on them for a period of time?
Potentially. It would require a bit of study to try and figure out exactly how they might have accomplished this or by what means. But, like, you know that this condition is possible. And, like, the to some extent, necromancy is just applied biology.
Yeah.
It is a very intimate look at the ways in which magic and flesh and blood mix to create any given person.
So it is magically possible to sort of convince a body that
It's not a malady, it is a kind of quickening of natural processes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as such, not identifiable as a disease for the purpose of healing magics.
Someone said it is possible. Or at least according to the research, according to bits of research, how it would be applied or how it could be put onto someone, I wouldn't know, but yes, Fayhue, it is mentioned within the works. What was the author's name again? Did it have an author's name?
Ooh, it did. I'll get back to you.
Yeah. It was mentioned in the works you were thinking of. Something very, very similar.
Well then, I suppose we have need not of a healer, but of a grave digger, a razor, someone who may know more about this, and given the magic's connotations, including my own opinions about it, that may be a somewhat difficult ask.
Well, what are your options right
It
now?
may not have to be you who asks, though. A simple, perhaps, a liaison or representative could approach someone with perhaps a piece of literature they have been missing for some period of time and be more than willing to share.
If we can find it, then I guess I will have to swallow my hesitances, which I will come to terms with. Maybe not immediately, but I still have stories to tell.
Yes, please don't give up.
Oh, never. It gives you a slightly uncertain but smile.
Ashmina has just been biting her fucking nails this entire time. She's just got her thumb up to her mouth and is just like, yep. Everything's bad. Everything's bad again. Oh no.
So, do we know, like... Oh, I guess I'm... Can we... Is it... How long... How long do we have before this gets bad? You know, like, before it's like, oh, well...
Fayhue and the High Priestess kind of like look at each other for a minute and kind of like think. And like, Priestess goes, well, like, given the symptoms, I'd say, and how much has progressed so far, given the timeline of effects? A few months, maybe a year if Fayhue chose to take her true form for the time.
That's better than I thought, but still not. Okay. It came on so quickly.
And it's likely that these symptoms will progress the worst in the next week or so, meaning they'll progress fairly quickly. I imagine there will be a bit more graying. There might be some weakness. You may find a bit of trouble with your magics. as the bonds you have tied with magic may begin to deteriorate somewhat. But then things should even off for quite a while, more of a slow creep before a more... And this priestess is looking for a very delicate way to put it, and Feihu just goes, the end will be painful. It'll be bad.
Well, we're not gonna let it get to that point. I just didn't want to hear like, oh, she's gonna be dead tomorrow. Good luck.
No. Thankfully, we have much more time than that. Hey, son, you go ahead and roll insight for me.
Oh,
My fucking god.
First one. I like that roll. 18.
That timeline of events matches vaguely with how the inversions of magic have been notated in Astior's research.
Wait, what does that mean?
So it's in line with a flip.
So she dies and the thing flips.
That is correlation causation, though. I don't know if that's.
It's
fucking explode.
no, it's
Because I don't think.
it's the timeline is even if the timeline is correct, if the timeline is correct and the symptom is the same, that being weakness, then yeah, it might not just be correlation, it might be the same thing.
Bro, my fucking head hurts. This sucks.
And maybe this is just pure speculation and theory craft, but like, I can't imagine that this is a thing that is set in stone, right? Like, this has to be whatever is happening to her is going to cause the flip, but the flip is not the reason this is happening. That's my thought. I don't know if that's true, but that's where my head's at.
The creation of the output of enough magic is enough to create a blip, correct?
Define output of magic.
What? Say, like, I guess you were to concentrate a unimaginable amount of evocation magic in one area. Would that cause, using the devices that Astior had, cause a blip to appear of the negative?
Given what you understand about Astior's research, yes. But albeit very briefly.
Yeah. Hason's just trying to rack his mind. If I'm not speaking as Hasan, if perhaps if it's bits of necromancy that are literally flaring up, bits of necromantic magic that are flaring up in various areas and building up to a critical point, consuming literally everything around it, or something like that. I'm not. No, I'm just sorry. I'm trying to get this. How do I make this sound reasonable? if it's necromantic magic that is flaring up in areas and causing the sickness and literally just eating up somehow all of the magic in the area, perhaps that's why it's affecting Feihu at a point. So maybe Loka's right. It is just the flip is just a symptom of something larger. Maybe. Sorry, I'm going through a possibilities and what makes sense to me at the moment. By the way, Heisan will just put his head to his hands to his temples and speak to Feihu, say, how easily can you get in contact with Astior?
Not quickly. I don't know if he's able to recast
He's still recovering. Isn't he?
message or sending.
Last year, sign up for the letters.
Oh, the postal service. The postal service.
I believe you're correct. I think he did.
Send him something. Send a missive to him now and ask whether or not this has begun to afflict anyone else. I need to know, because the timeline of the sickness, as you were mentioning it, Priestess, is in line with a phenomena that has been happening across the continent, as I understand it. A flaring of negative. Are you familiar with the concepts of negative and positive magical energy?
I am, yes.
In various areas of positive magical energy, bits of they have been shrinking, being replaced by large amounts of negative energy and then dissipating. If it is necromantic in origin, this could be very well just be a symptom of whatever is causing that. And now I simply want, and it could be potentially affecting other people. Or if it isn't, it could just be affecting the sources of magic in general, that notably being Feihu herself. Or perhaps, no, not Serga.
Ah, maybe that's what's happening to me. Maybe that's why my magic and my thing's magic isn't working.
Oh, have you been encountering difficulty with your cloud?
Yeah, it tries to zap me.
No, I believe that's it working as intended, Loka. That being said, we will need to talk to Astior and perhaps get in contact with other places of healing, because this is entirely possible that this is more widespread than just Feihu.
I think it would be wise to gather more information, though I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I will, should this crop up again, I would be sure to contact you if that would be all right. Please
do.
Will do.
I apologize. I know everything is haphazard and thought up on
it's a problem we have no solution for. So if it should arise in great numbers or quantities greater than just your friend here, that would be dire indeed. It'd be of great concern. I'll have my priestesses watch out for it as well and report to me.
Please do. Hell. His son's gonna, start scribbling a letter to Astior, I think Can I scribble a letter to Astior?
Absolutely, you may.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scribbling a letter asking, the timeline of Feihu's sickness is a Feihu's sickness. He informs him of the details of Feihu's sickness, and talking specifically about the similarities in the timeline of the similarities of the timeline between that and, of course, the magical sickness that happens with the flipping of polarities.
Relevantly,
That is-
too, I don't know if y'all remember, Astior and Calandus are currently conducting research on one of Fehu's scales.
Yes.
To see if they can find out anything more. So they may also have information for you.
Yeah, he'll say any updates on your end would be much appreciated to see if this is affecting the greater populace or just perhaps Fehu. And perhaps if we can understand who it is affecting, we can gain a better understanding of the sickness itself.
Excellent. And you're going to send that off to Astior? Awesome.
Yeah. And sorry it took so long for me to formulate that thought.
No, it's a big, complicated problem.
It's a lot to fucking take in.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Yeah.
God, stop everything. Stop. Going to shit right now.
Pejmina holding the entire continent like, stop. Not allowed.
I also want to preface that entire conversation happened. Libra doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Libra didn't know Fahir was a dragon.
Yeah, that's
They
new
are
information for
struggling.
Libra.
What?
That is certainly new information for Libra.
Like, this is all brand fucking new, and they're just sitting there like, oh, yeah, you know what? Sure, absolutely, sure. They're gripping with reality right now.
No, it's like, yeah, you think you're having a hard time right now. Like,
Yeah, really.
Hmm.
You're like, oh wow, this is wild, and the three of
Oh,
us are just like,
okay.
oh Jesus, oh god, like.
my brother's trying to kill me. My dragon patron person's fucking dying. Zeron's just gone. Like, this is fine. I am sitting in a burning house. This is fine.
Team in the very bad, no good day.
Fuck.
Fucking incredible.
Okay. So with all of this happening, I think the perfect thing to do is to take Sauron's money and go buy just the most colorful dress and clothes that we can. Right? Like that's just kind of the reaction to this news. We get ready for tomorrow, we go fucking party hard! No?
Nor. These are like all like words that would normally make Peshmina's like everything light up.
Makeover music.
she is just staring. Yeah. Let's. Uh-huh.
Hey DM.
Yeah.
So you said that this took a few hours.
Correct.
Roughly what time is it now?
Let's say early afternoon.
Oh, it's only early afternoon. Okay.
We
It's still
we
morning.
headed out pretty quickly.
Okay. Never mind.
I will let you know once it is evening.
Fabulous. That's all I need. Thank
Absolutely. All right. Fehu kind of stands and bows gratefully to the High Priestess and kind of looks at the lot of you. You notice that the Priestess kind of regards you all a little differently now that she knows that Fehu's a dragon. Like, a little bit more like, okay, underlings. Got it. Makes sense.
Ooh, death.
Not in like, genuinely not in a subordinate kind of way. Just in a like, okay, now it makes sense why there is a ragtag team
entourage.
of like weird, like why this person has this weird little cadre of friends. But Fehu kind of like bows, looks to the lot of you, is just like, yes, I believe, yes, maybe some new clothes are in order. Maybe a drink, honestly, would be nice. Enjoy, and I'm not sure whether enjoy is the right word, but manage the day while we can and make preparations so that we are ready for tomorrow. That said, Libra,
Yes, my lady.
could you inform a point at which you would be convenient for you to do so, could you inform the palace of my arrival and intent to attend the royal court in 3 days' time?
And just like with this, again, the journal comes out, the quill, and just like quickly scribbling this down. I can deliver this now if you would like, or I can do it later.
At your convenience.
Of course. I may do so then while the lot of you are out shopping. So, now. I've already an outfit planned.
Of course.
Of course.
Do you require me for anything else right now?
I don't believe so. I do not.
I think we can manage.
Right, perfect. I will... I'll catch wind of you later. I'll find any number of you, I'm sure.
Actually, if you could do one thing.
Please.
If you see Zoran, can you tell him that when I see him next, I'm gonna step on his fucking tail?
I will be happy to relay that message for you, Loka.
Thank you.
Of course. Then, by your leave, and then we'll just kind of bow his head, and we'll leave the temple and start heading towards the Sultanate.
Absolutely. Excellent. Hugh, kind of, following the High Priestess, kind of like, walks back down with a lot of you to the grand foyer of the Temple to Kolkaran. And with another bow, the High Priestess goes back to attending her own duties. Hugh stands with you briefly in the foyer. It's just like, yes, shopping, kind of at a weak attempt at like, haha, excitement.
Someone will have
Oh,
to
I
do
assume
this
Libra
one.
leaves the coin purse with the rest of the party?
Oh, they would have left it, yeah.
Makes sense.
They probably handed it to Feihu herself.
Sense. Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. Also, Hisan is actively writing in the, I guess, the question-marked not Toshi journal, the new one he got.
Yeah.
About this information, the detailing of the sickness, specifically querying about whether or not the sickness has at all been observed or flared up at the archive at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for telling me.
Yes, and specifically also giving out providing a little small scribbly map of the polarities that he knows.
Cool. Okay, gotcha. I would say if you want to, with your like Song of Creation ability, if you want to create what is effectively, if you want to write an exact replica, you may.
I would love to.
Sure. Sounds good. If you're okay with burning your like creation point for this rest.
That is fine. Hopefully I won't need it today.
All right. All right. Onward to the markets. Kind of looks at the group of you. Pejmina. This is a little embarrassing. It's been a few decades since I've been to an event. Would you help me pick out an outfit?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
How about we handle the boys first?
Makes sense.
Look at
I believe, and she gestures to Loka, Loka may have some specific needs that may be a little bit more difficult to address.
Yeah, I don't really wear clothes, so I really don't know what's gonna happen here.
Feihu gives you kind of a wry smile. Is just like, I have a few ideas.
Oh God.
All right, let's do some shopping. If you have, I actually have some suggestions for you, Loka. If you would, that would be in character for Feihu, effectively.
Yeah, why not?
So, clothing's kind of a no, right? Like, it's just would not really make you more presentable. It would just make you look like even more of a fish out of water, right?
Yeah.
But what would actually counteract that fairly well is probably jewelry. So stuff like bracelets, netting, a little bit of chains, things that can really show off your scales and physique rather than like trying to obscure it or hide it. And specifically because you are wet all the time, using stuff like non-tarnished metals, things that would not be traditionally seen as precious metals, so that when they become wet, they'll actually like glisten and shine rather than becoming dull.
Oh, I like this.
Awesome. Yeah, I like anklets, bracelets, maybe even like as far as like ornate bracers, like not actually functional armor, but things that just like look very nice. Given your color scales kind of going into a theme, Feihu's being a blue dragon is a fan of the ocean. So maybe a couple of like statement piece necklaces that incorporate a bit of coral. Does that all sound cool to you?
Yeah. Honest to God, this does not have to be a right now thing. But now I just had the thought of jewelry has me thinking, is there a possibility that one of those could be magical?
It would be very difficult. So,
Oh, really?
One of the fun things about the world in general, but I'll throw on specific, is that magic items are generally incredibly rare. Feihu has stuff to give out to you because she has a draconic hoard that she has been curating over 100 years or so. To find magical items, to obtain magical items in something like a street market is actually very rare. The reason a lot of people go like dungeoneering and spelunking and whatnot for them is because they're rare. You might be able to find one, but they wouldn't be at a market, they would be at an auction.
Oh shit, okay.
If you're interested in scoping out auctions for magical items, you absolutely may while we're doing some shopping.
Yeah, sure, fuck it, why not?
There's a chance there'll be something that you're looking for. Can you actually just go ahead and roll me a d20? Or just straight up luck check.
That, my friend, is a nat 20.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
That is completely true.
There is, in particular, the Gem Cutter Society, right?
Sure.
Have recently made an estate acquisition from an individual from Onaro, who has not donated, but they bought in the dissolution of his estate a set and series of jewelry and clothing that is both magical and non-magical. But among the pieces, there are a number of, I'm going to say 2 magic rings, a necklace, a cloak, a pair of boots, and a staff, like a walking staff, are the magical items that they intend to put up for auction. That auction will not be happening tonight, so you won't be able to obtain them before the event tomorrow. They're actually happening in a couple of days. So they'll be the night after the party. But should you be interested in inquiring as to these magical items more in the future, you can absolutely attend that auction and see if you're interested in competing for some of those. It's a pretty, since there are so many, like you rolled very well on that luck check, you're very much in luck. Like this is actually going to be a pretty high profile auction though. So you're going to have competition.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
But yeah, other than that, it takes a bit of time finding a jeweler with pieces that will fit you effectively. You managed to find a few pieces that were initially designed for gnomish and halfling people that tend to actually like fit your body type fairly well. And some of them using both Zoran's coin and Feihu will chip in a little bit too if need be. You managed to acquire some jewelry that fits you quite well. Some of them need to be modified a little bit, but that's not too hard to do.
Have some bangles around your tail.
Yeah. Do you also get jewelry for Puppy?
A fancy leash, a fancy collar and leash, a little bow tie.
Yes. Yes, I absolutely do.
Excellent.
Bold of you to assume the puppy is capable of being leashed. Or capable of
he's
being
absolutely.
I was about to say, bold of you to
Shoes right through
assume.
it.
Bold of you to assume Puppy is not already prepared for black tie events, just as he is.
Puppy is a fashion statement, is
Yeah.
the point. Like,
The thing is with the leash, like it just won't. The leash wouldn't work on Puppy. You know, like when you put like something on a cat, like a vest
Yeah,
on a
it
cat,
just
they just fall to the
squeezes up.
side.
Sneaks
That's
right out of
exactly what
it.
happens.
Do we bring Puppy to a groomer as well before the
Oh
party
my
tomorrow?
God.
how do you groom him? How do you groom him?
A lot of gold. How do you groom him? You pay someone a lot of money to groom him.
No, I think as long as there's like a water source around, Loco would be able to groom
For sure.
Puppy himself. You know,
Makes sense.
that's not
Not an issue.
No stinky puppy.
Oh, absolutely will still be stinky.
Still be. You
Animals
can't
are
get rid of that
stinky.
It's like ferrets. You just
smell.
can't get around
Ah, true.
it. Absolutely.
They are
Excellent. So we have a fancy Loca and Puppy ready for a night on the town, or a night on the town the next day. Hasan and
Brand new man.
Pejmina, do you have any ideas for general outfit, like a kind of look you think your character would
I've
go
had
for?
this drawn up for like 2 weeks now.
I'm
Bold of you to
so
assume I know
glad.
anything about fashion.
This is actually the perfect representation of these two characters, just immediately. Unironically.
Zoran, like somewhere elsewhere, is just like gets a chill up their spine. Like Hasan's making fashion decisions without me.
Mhm. They're pacing back and forth. They're really nervous.
Hasan thinks to himself and takes out his, I guess, his robes from the archive, and his drab robes from the archive, and is just thinking to himself, how do I make this presentable? How... If I'm going to be going to a party, I know I will be having to represent this somehow. How do I represent it? And I think Hasan would like to go to a tailor, maybe.
Yeah, studious, but make it fashion.
Yes. And try to just discuss with them nothing that, of course, how quickly could they get something done on a rush?
Given the budget you have, very quickly.
Yeah.
By morning, at least.
Yeah. So Hasan just wants something like that. Something to not stand out, I guess. Something to complement or something to, I guess, just zazz it up, not to get rid of, I want to say, the drabness, or I guess just the humbleness of the outfit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But at the same time, not be, of course, like an aesthetic monk in a castle, so to say.
for sure. I think
Is that the term, aesthetic monk?
ascetic, AASCETIC, like right,
Yes,
like ascetic, yeah.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking
Yeah, I think the tailor draws from their knowledge of how the librarians dress in Althra. So this kind of like, it is this plain, studious clothing, but with just the right amount of a little added like metallic fringe, a little bit of not ornate patterning or anything, but sculpting the silhouette of these robes really helps to make them feel more presentable, more proper, almost like high-end graduation robes, right? Like the idea is not to like draw attention to the clothing, but rather it is ceremonial is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
They put something together that absolutely holds the same essence as this archive cloak, but brings with it an air of formality and respectability that would absolutely be welcome at a social event.
Yes. I do like. Okay. Thank you for putting those words out, Cole.
Yeah, for sure. Pashmina looks like she has spotted a dress that she thinks would look good on Feihu.
Yes. It's dark blue to make the bright blue brighter.
I think Feihu really likes that. It's very much like I think she kind of like is like, oh, like at first just like, okay, that's a lot. But like after kind of like sitting with it for a minute is just like, okay. I'm into this.
A bit demure. It has little pearls on it. I thought you might like the little pearls.
They are cute. I do like that.
Low back, if you're,
That's okay. I think I might add a few, maybe a statement bracelet, to give it a little bit of asymmetry. But this will do nicely, I think. Thank you.
Of course. And I'm actually gonna post mine in yeah, I think so. Just because it is. Go, Wyatt, no, go, send. There you go.
Is this something Pashmina picks up, or is this something that's already in Pashmina's wardrobe?
It's not in Pashmina's. There's no way she could. Okay. There's no way she could carry around something like this. This is like a gown.
Okay.
No, this is definitely something she comes across.
Just this huge flowing scarlet gown.
She wishes she could just have something like this, but.
And the fan.
I keep thinking about the fan. I like the fan as an accessory. I think that would be a fun addition.
Yeah, for sure. Excellent. We've got outfits. Given the amount of tailoring and shopping and window shopping and stalking the markets, I think it becomes evening by the time you have all acquired your party attire. Libra will have time to revisit the royal palaces and visit with people as they need. And the night moves on for all participants.
Wait, I have a request.
Yeah.
Can my dress have pockets?
Yeah, of course. You have enough money to pay a tailor, of course you can.
Now Pashmina gets to
Meteor
show
hammer
off like,
in my
hey.
pocket.
If you want
to all the noble ladies,
we have the money. So,
my
like,
pocket.
I think among the four of you, this will take all 50 of Zeron's gold.
Oh well, yeah.
That's fine.
This because you are doing, but with that means like, hey, if you want to make any modifications that let you like discreetly carry, I think the only one who can't like make secret pockets in their clothing is Loka because
Loka,
he's
probably.
not wearing clothing.
Yeah.
But like, Hasan and Peshmina, to a lesser extent, Fehu, you're all wearing like robes and gowns. If you want to hide stuff in those clothes, you absolutely may.
Maybe can't
Meteor
do like
hammer?
a quarterstaff, but the meteor hammer, absolutely.
Yeah.
Not the staff. The staff will
sure.
Yeah.
Fehu's bringing her staff, but it's a walking stick, you know.
Oh, what makes you think that? Oh, what does Hasan have to hide? All he has is some
book.
ink,
Books.
a book
Instrument.
and some ink and a pen. It's not like those could be used to do any harm.
Excellent.
Oh,
So I'm guessing one of you could like stuff a Biden somewhere along your clothes or anything like that.
mm-mm. I believe
maybe
you may
a
have to leave it.
Dagger.
Okay.
It's the best I got.
It'll have to do.
Excellent. Maybe another stop. Not kebabs again, but somewhere on the way back, and then we might retire for the evening.
Sounds like a plan. That was a lot.
I think then at some point Libra is going to head back to the magical mouse.
Absolutely. I think it makes sense if when Zeron and Libra meet, that Zeron passes off the door key for the magic mouse to Libra.
Mm-hmm.
So Libra can get in whenever he wants to.
Was that taken off their person?
No, let's say no.
No? Okay.
Unimportant.
Okay. So, yeah. That would have happened then, and whenever everyone comes back, Libra is just kind of lounging on one of the beds. It's kind of like lying on it, staring up at the ceiling.
Do you have any spare tea for Mr. Mouse?
There's an empty cup on the ground next to the bed.
Excellent.
They look to be really deep in thought, though, whenever they come back.
What's a fun street food for dinner? Meat pies. Or meat pies.
Ooh.
Oh, bleh.
Yum.
Peshmina abstains.
Veggie pies. Stuffed pies.
Taco.
Nondescript.
Nondescript stuffed pies. Mushroom pie.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, the four of you, Fehu and her entourage, arrive back at the magical mouse with Libra seated on the bed, which Fehu kind of like nods, ushers everyone in, closes the door.
We have food if you haven't eaten yet.
I don't think I can right now.
Well, that's just more for me.
I'm also eating light, I think.
Close the door.
Yep.
Closed and locked.
I met with Zeron and Lady Fehu. I passed your message along. The Sultanate agrees, and they've set a kind of possible date for, as I go through, because I lost. God, what was it? 3 days time?
3 days.
4 days?
So
3 days
between
time.
the 4 days time.
Right after
the
party.
auction, or the party is tomorrow night. Loka's auction is the night after that, and then
it's
Fehu's
the
meeting
court
with the court
date.
is the day after that.
So this is the general idea of when that would happen. I'm sorry, it is the soonest I could schedule something. However, well, I may have found a rumor.
Oh? That makes our job easier.
Do tell.
Possibly. And Libra's going to sit up in bed, kind of like swivel around so like their feet are hanging off the bed. Hey, son, I'm going to say a name. Do you know much about this person? They go by Safara Shade.
15.
Guess what time it is? Yeah. That was history, I assume.
Yes.
You immediately notable name. This is someone like not. This is not a like historical figure name. This is like a stories name, like almost a folk stories name. She is a notable witch from Sanguine. That particularly like hushed tones kind of name.
What's her name again?
Zafara Shade.
Is that PH?
Yes.
Yes. You don't know. It's hard to collate or fixate on any individual stories, but like would describe her not as famous but infamous.
He says, yes, I've heard some stories, though simply a folk figure. Why?
I'm afraid not. My lord overheard Lady Tenon corresponding with this person. She seems to be in talks of bringing her over for their wedding.
Sorry, who is this person?
A witch.
I
Notable one.
didn't know much, but Zoran actually did all the research after overhearing it. This is a witch from across the sea who is most notorious for their specialization in memory modification.
Oh my gods.
And it seems as if preparations for their wedding are underway again. I would not be surprised if the actual wedding took more planning than a week. It does put a rush on everything, and of course we don't know Lady Sibella's true intentions on why she wants to bring in such a person, but it took everything in my power to calm the prince down. They are in complete panic right now.
I believe the worry is obvious. I would imagine, is quite afraid that they are going to be tricked, that they are going to have much of their memory of the past year wiped, and that they are going to perhaps be made more amenable to the circumstances of which they are in, so that they do not run away again. That is at least what I am sure they are worried of.
Exactly his thoughts.
That is extremely fucked up.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. I knew Lady Tenon to be a little ruthless in private, but I never expected anything so underhanded. It comes as a complete shock to me.
Sounds like someone who is a bit desperate and perhaps ambitious.
Perhaps ambitious. Overly so.
Libra's not laughing.
Then that's the story we begin to tell. That she is
only-
planning.
Problem is our quote-unquote source.
I mean, it also sounds... It is... exaggeratively villainous, right? Like, I believe it because of everything we've been through, but who would believe that?
There are people in this town who are convinced that one of the crown princess, well, not the crown princess, the wife of the crown prince. Would it be? Who is Samsur? What would
Mila?
Samsur's
Mila Ymira.
Mila
yeah.
Ymira.
Yeah, what would her title be? Would she be the crown princess or the
consort.
Consort? The crown princess consort came from a rather... They're convinced that the crown prince's bride has come from a brothel. I believe something tells me that they will believe some of this, even if we just modify it a little bit.
So maybe we start the rumor smaller than it actually is. We de-emphasize elements of it and then let it out.
Find a Sanguinese person. Tell them, begin to speak of them of Cybella Tenon conspiring with a witch. They can perhaps draw their own conclusions.
We would have to find someone from Sanguine here.
True, I suppose.
It's
Yes, that would be true.
a large city. I will help as best as I can, but I cannot just pick someone out of a crowd that is from across the sea.
Not necessarily as hard, perhaps as hard. While removed, if you find somebody... There is a city here in Thaphasia whose inhabitants do descend from Sanguine. If you perhaps find someone from Okro, I'm sure the story is alive in some people's minds.
I could try to scout someone out.
I believe that I believe that would be important if we can just give it to the right person. Maybe just the right kind of people. And of course, also spreading the rumor to the houses and.
Personally, if we are to spread rumors, I would like not to include my actual name or title. I do enjoy working at the palace.
Oh, no, of course.
Yes, discreetly, certainly.
I might have an idea.
Yes, Loka?
I mean, it's gonna take a bit of time. Whoever we start with is whoever we start with, but I found an auction that the Gem Cutter Society is gonna do in a couple days. I assume that there's gonna be a lot of hoi polloi there, so probably, you know, we can talk to some of the really, like, there might be, like, nobility, or, I don't know how this shit all works here, but I assume rich people talk.
That is a wonderful idea. We could begin... Oh. Unless perhaps there's members of House Tenon in there, which would be perhaps troubling.
It's possible. Libra, from what you know, because you've probably attended, probably not frequently, but probably an magical auction or two.
Yeah.
Look a spot on for attendance. Like,
Yeah.
absolutely there will be influencers, effectively, there.
Yeah.
And like, if you are looking to spread gossip, effectively, among high society, that kind of event would be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for more of a populist rumor, there are probably other places you would want to go, but that is a completely reasonable location to look for, as far as if you were trying to target particularly high society.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Then where would we go for populists? Perhaps just...
There
Places
is
of
a
entertainment.
giant party happening tomorrow.
There is a giant party happening.
And we simply start spreading it there.
All right. I guess the question is, what are we going to be saying? And
Lady
which
Cybele...
one of us is starting the rumor?
Not it.
Oh, this is going as well as
If we must provide a sacrificial lamb, then I would be happy to volunteer.
I mean, some of you have illusion magic.
Oh my, well, yeah. Yeah. I have to be very careful about when I use that stuff.
because you can only cast that once, right?
I can only do it once a day.
Yeah.
Is the thing. And yeah, it will be important for the upcoming day.
I meant minor illusion. Because minor illusion lets you make a sound at a point. That can be speaking.
True. I could just...
It can be your voice, someone else's voice, a lion's roar, a beating of drums, etc.
I could just start causing whispers.
And there's always a magic, not a magic, a skill for that is spreading them without being known as the source, especially in something like a crowd.
Okay, that angle might work. I hadn't. I've thought about using minor illusion sound for other things. I did not think about that.
There are magical and non-magical ways to spread this, certainly.
And I do have... It would be overkill, but I do have a major image. I could create literally a horde of people talking about it.
Jesus.
Would be a little difficult to do subtly, for sure, but you absolutely could.
Yeah.
It does specify a creature. But you could absolutely... That person would be an incredibly believable rumor spreader, effectively.
Yep, that could work out.
You could maybe try your luck at some more subtle, like something like message, to try and like...
Yeah.
put
To
it
try
into
and just
people's
put-
brains, basically.
Yeah.
But that would probably
Subliminal
require
messaging.
would require a bit of finesse. Although all of this is going to require a bit of finesse.
Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
All right. Must admit that I am already a bit tired, sadly.
Do rest, please.
But I think it might also be good. Libra, you mentioned that your sire is, at this point, contrary to his previous message, in distress.
Yes, this news kind of shook him to his core.
I understand that it may be difficult with so many eyes available, but I think it would not be remiss to potentially take advantage of his presence at the party, should he need an out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
This may not be our primary plan of action, necessarily, but I think we should anticipate taking an opportunity should we have it.
It's going to be very, very hard if we try anything. There's going to be a lot of eyes on every member of the royal family, doubly so on my lord himself.
On the prodigal prince who has just returned.
Exactly. I will say, though, he did mention if he does offer for a dance to take it, that is going to be his way to talk with everyone. Obviously, can't really just go and talk to whoever. So just take the invitation if he does come up to you. He's scared. He may not seem it. He's very good at hiding it, but he is scared.
Maybe
And-
from you.
What?
Maybe he might be good at saying he's not scared to you, but well, he's been very scared with us a lot.
We did it. Those circumstances were. There sure was a ghoul, you know.
He was actively infected with something that was actively infected with
My
A.
lord was infected.
Well, it's
Oh god.
that's a story for
Had
another
like
time.
head in his hands.
First it was me, then it was him, and then yeah, it got better. It got better.
Oh. Okay. Deep breaths, Libra. Deep breaths.
It's like you said. 3 months. It's been a long 3 months.
Apparently. Okay. My point is, he may seem as if everything is fine, because that is what he's good at. He is good at hiding it. Usually looks to Loka. But this is probably his last chance to leave the city. He trusts each and every one of you. And as much as I want to keep him here, to see him flourish in the city, to serve under him, I'm his friend, and I know that makes him miserable.
Okay, so simple solution. We kidnap Zoran, and you come with us.
That's
I don't know if I can.
You're probably the only person Zeron trusts with just being someone on the inside, being able... I mean, I know Zeron hates all of this, but Zeron does care about their family and
Absolutely.
the responsibilities that comes with, so... Your presence here is not... It's a good thing.
Part of me is interested to see all kinds of mayhem the lot of you are getting up to. I've only heard a few adventures, and by gods, they are adventures. But in a sense, I'm also looking out for myself. If he were to go missing and I were also to go missing, I'm getting a bounty on me for kidnapping. Yep. I was already questioned heavily when he left the first time. Heavily. And they found I wasn't guilty. I didn't do anything. Therefore, I was able to keep my position in the palace. If I were to disappear as well,
all that goodwill would just be gone.
I have a family of my own to care for, to look after.
What a rotten situation.
I'm happy with the cards I've been dealt in life, but that's just how it is.
I don't know if this is something that Zoran has said before, but does he anticipate ever actually going back and doing the whole prince thing, or...?
That is a question you have to ask him.
Yeah, you don't even know.
No. I have no idea. I would like him to. I dearly miss him every day. Truly, I do. It isn't a lie when I say he is my best friend and I his. Gets awfully lonely in the palace. But I do not know his intentions.
Maybe it sounds like you two should have a talk.
There isn't much time for one right now.
No, but, I mean, you know, when you get the chance, because you can kind of come and go, it seems, so... I'd at least get some clarification for yourself. Zoran is always such a cagey little bastard. You never really know what he's thinking.
I get a small smile from Libra.
But I'm serious, you know?
True.
All right. Thank you all for what we've done today so far. Let's reconvene in the morning.
Let's. But Pashmina's actually going to draw her shawl up over her head and is like, I'm out to spread rumors.
All right. Let's spread some rumors. All right, so just kind of going out and about?
Yeah, basically, doesn't want to get too lost. She still only kind of knows the city at this point. Basically looking for areas that are densely populated with a variety of people.
Sure. So high density market areas, anywhere there's kind of like shows or games going on.
Yeah, maybe going back to the two-headed peasant.
Yeah, for sure. There's always shows going on at Two-Head Peasant.
And
we
as
already
she's
defined
doing...
that it's pretty like mid-scale, so.
And as she's going to these locations, just kind of drifting around, she is looking for pockets of people and casting minor illusion kind of over them, near them, is making, like, you know, making it sound like a conversation of her own is happening kind of nearby.
Yeah, absolutely.
But not her, like, misdirecting, you know?
Yeah.
Like, And it's just kind of repeating, like, some of the rumors that we've come up with. Like, oh, have you heard, are you familiar with such and such name? It's interesting. I've been hearing it come up more since blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, for sure. Since, this may be a weird thing to do. Hassan, since you've been kind of crafting the rumor a little bit, could you roll
need a
persuasion
script.
for me? And then,
Okay.
Pejmina, could you roll sleight of hand for me?
Oh,
Alright.
yes. Yes, I can.
I'll get my Hassan dice since I haven't used it once yet.
I'm going to go ahead and use that inspiration and re-roll that.
All right, sounds good.
Please. Fuck you. I have a +7. Stop.
What'd you end up with?
A 14.
Oh, they fell.
14's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's roll this. Gonna use my inspiration on that.
All right.
I'm tired. I'm tired of rolling bad on things that I'm good at.
15.
15 and 14. All right. So Pejmina, you, it is a little bit more difficult to send the minor illusion sound because it doesn't have a physical presence, right? So
Yeah,
making a
it is a
sound
bit
in a
wishy-washy.
precise location is actually pretty difficult, but you actually manage quite well to get it into the crowds, at least. Getting it into a position where people hear it is the harder part.
It is only 5 foot by 5 foot, so
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, it's a bit weird. It might cause a little bit of dissonance.
The precision is difficult, but you're sure that you are definitely starting to plant some seeds, because you definitely hear, after maybe like a couple of attempts, you hear kind of the conversation start to shift a little bit toward
Go.
the rumor. It's not, it doesn't take as much as you would like per group, but
Yeah.
say every like 1 in 3 groups you
That's not
feed
too
a
bad.
rumor into, it
That's not
starts
awful.
to turn a conversation.
I'm trying to cast a wide net, so
Yeah. One third success is still success. And as for Hassan, you craft a rumor that people are going to talk about. It doesn't seem like it maybe has quite gotten the mimetic value you were hoping for. But as Pejmina notices, people pick up on these as topics of conversation. So people are listening and people are talking. That is as much as I can say for your efforts this evening.
reasonable.
Okay.
All right. Is everyone gonna go ahead and rest for the evening?
Before I get back, I'm going to find a quiet alcove. And the letter said that Zeron can still hear us.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to talk to Zeron for a moment, knowing that they can't reply. Hey. I know that you can't reply. I'm sorry that this is going to be one-sided. I also know that you just told me about all of this not but a few days ago, and it seems like it's all coming true, right? Your worst fear, your worst nightmare. But you're not alone, okay? We're here, and we're not going to just let this happen. And I wanted to say this before, but it didn't feel right, and now I'm worried that I'm not going to get the chance. But when you told me that none of this felt real and that it was all a fairy tale and play pretend. It's not. None of this is pretend. None of this is fake. This is all real. Everything that has happened outside of the palace is real. Your time with us, everything we've been through. Don't let them ever tell you otherwise. Everything that happened to us might be realer than anything that has ever happened in those walls. Ever. So, just be patient and try to be calm if you can. And Libra says you trust us, and I hope that that's true. Trust that we'll get you out of this, okay? See you tomorrow. And she's gonna go back to the magic mouse.
Amazing. Emotional damage.
The worst part is Ron can't fucking reply.
Mhm.
That's actually the worst part.
And with almost exact timing, that will be the last thing Zeron hears before he has been separated from the Sending
attunement.
Stone for
Yeah.
24
Oh my
hours
gosh.
and
Yep.
loses attunement.
Yep.
Oh man.
Excellent. If everyone's okay, I'm going to bring us to the central spire in Althra.
Yes, please.
Oh.
I gotta go to the restroom again.
I was about to say, I'm gonna switch us
quick
to this.
minute.
No. I'm gonna switch us to this board, and then we're gonna take a break.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, more D&D.
So
Yeah!
let's go ahead and take
Yeah!
10, and then we'll
Yes,
be
we
back. All right.
Cool.
We know this is canonically false. we
Here, let me
know that.
unpause the recording while I'm doing my zoom ins.
Fucking-
Oh my god, we shop at the same
fuck
haberdashery.
is
How?
What the fuck is that Zaran smile? What the shit?
Big ol' smile. Cocky
Terrifying.
smile.
Who's this old guy?
That's
I
you.
wonder.
I don't know. There's a band over here? Oh, I love it.
It's the.
The same model?
Don't worry about it.
That's
Oh
What?
god!
What?
hysterical.
Oh
What?
god!
What?
I love that.
What? What'd I miss? I'm
The
here.
bards on the stage.
There's bards on the stage. They're all the same model.
It's the same guy.
Love that.
It's
What did,
really
what did I
good.
say? It's
They all
the
look like they are in mid-orgasm.
5-man band of brothers.
I love
Yeah,
that.
oh yeah,
Okay.
we were joking about it earlier because I was allowed to look at the
Oh,
board.
I see it now. I see it now.
5-man band of brothers.
Love that. They're actually quintuplets.
And they all have the same voice. They're all.
They don't harmonize very well, but God, do they put on a show.
They make up for it with just pure passion,
I hope they
raw
all have, like,
showmanship.
I hope they all have like Huey, Dewey, Louie names.
Oh God. I
Bold
don't
of you
want
to
Terry.
assume they have distinct names.
Terry, Barry, Perry. Perry.
I'm looking around the map. I see the minis I've made.
Yeah, a lot of these, the entire royal court was made by Caroline. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I did them at 4 a.m. last night, baby.
Oh wait, is this is Mila and
So, the one with the flowers and the green, that is Mila Yumira,
That's-
and the guy
Aw.
next to him
Aw.
is Prince Samsuma.
he's so shy. Look at him. He's
like, oh, I
He's
hate
one
it.
of the favorite ones I've done. Him and Cybella are probably my favorite.
they're
Looks
quite
like he has.
good.
He got he looks like he has like very serious look, but in the weight he's like a lot of
Weight
weight
the
on those
fucking
shoulders.
world.
Yeah.
I do actually. I'm
Mila's
gonna
so
tweak
cute.
this a
But
little
he's
bit.
just a little guy. Just a little guy who wants to be voted on by his cute wife.
Sultan Samarabi and Nina are actually going to be out among the people.
Makes
they
sense.
are-
Oh, there he is. There's the.
Because they are social
And there's
as
the one.
fuck. Hi,
Yep.
puppy. You really want
look
attention
across
right now,
from
don't you?
Mila and Samsuma to the person at the table. They just have this. They just have this face.
Now, I have a question for Caroline.
What's up?
Is the smile on Zoran's face a minor image?
It is not.
It's just always like that.
When I say it's Zoran
Court
was
smile.
raised in the game of court intrigue, and it is a game. They've had to master it.
Are we all back? Are we all ready to play?
You're
So I have, here, let me get an indicator. I have all of your folks' minis assembled down here. Feel free to distribute them throughout the party wherever you want to. But I'm going to give a little bit of context about the party. So, it's the afternoon. The party begins without a hitch. It's kind of a drop-in, drop-out affair, but there is a bit of an opening ceremony. There's a huge number of people in attendance. Sultan Samarabi and his wife Nina are very much the first out and among the people doing the more traditional meet and greet type of thing. This is a two-section party, so if you see the raised cross in the middle of the central spire of Althra, that is the VIP area, so you need an invitation to get up there.
Where's the VIP area?
So all
the tables?
the dark tile that is
Basically
raised
the very
above
center,
the floor.
yeah.
Oh, okay. It's a very open VIP area. It's
It
just
is.
very clearly.
But it's fairly well guarded and enforced, insofar as there are guards. The vast majority of those nobles and emissaries will be hanging out in that VIP section for the duration of the party. There's various crowds, there's music going on. But yeah, other than that, you feel free to place yourselves wherever you would like to go. All of that being said, don't think I'd leave you out of this. Zoran, how are you dressed for this party?
Oh, I actually have an image.
Yay!
I also have an image. I've had this image in like the back of my head for so long. It's from a game itself, or like a dating sim itself, but I kind of like it, and I feel like this is just something they would wear. I'm just gonna drop it in text for voice. Come on, computer, you got this. You got this. Okay, there we go. Right there.
Oh. It's very
Kind
good.
of like, sort of very form-fitting on like the top vest, but very flowy otherwise on like the arms and like the actual like skirt bit itself. The hair is very intricately done, a bunch of different braids. There's like a bunch of beads and things like kind of sewn in as well.
Good shit. Good shit.
So, while the rest of you are perusing around the party, you do in fact see Zoran. Relevantly, in addition to their new attire, he looks not as he did when you left him, but as he did on the poster. He is Zoran without all of his fox-like visages. He looks like a completely normal human. As far as can be seen, not seeing through his illusory magics. And he is very firmly standing beside the wonderful, beautiful Lady Sibella Tenon. And nearby, relevantly, are 3 additional guards. There are a hawk guard kind of positioned all over the event. They're kind of managing the VIP area and whatnot, but there are 3 guards near Sibella and Zoran. that do not bear the marks of the Hawk Guard, but rather those of House Tenon. Those are the ones that I have rimmed in red that are immediately around Sabella and Saran.
Oh.
The personal guard. Although they're a mini guard.
Many.
The rest of the guard seem to be attending the party, the guests, the VIP area. Guests generally, being very respectful. A lot of them are, understandably, like, there's kind of this general understanding of, like, it's probably not a good idea to approach the nobility or the royalty. They'll come to you, right? So people are just kind of having their own parties. Occasionally, when there's kind of this cycle that is whenever a notable guest, such as an emissary or a one of the Sultanate, removes themselves from the VIP area to enter kind of the general public, there's a greater crowding around them. So yeah, feel free to distribute yourselves at will. You may have already done so, but
In the process.
As Luca, just
Is the youngest prince in attendance?
the youngest prince is in attendance. Prince Samarabi II is currently standing in the VIP area talking to a couple of very attractive noble women.
Oh, I didn't even see him. That's why. Okay, got it.
He's
Nice.
over here.
Yeah, I see him now.
oh.
I just couldn't find him. I was looking through the map.
Oh, look at that go-getter.
He was standing by his parents, but
Yeah.
they have wandered off for the time being.
It's the one. It's the one guy with the eye patch who I think it is. Standing in the inner circle,
In the inner circle.
and like the
Okay,
like where like all the royals are, the nobles are.
Next to the
There's
shy guy.
next to Samsuma, in the green.
I guess we'll have to
Oh.
figure
Is that who
out.
I think it is?
Who do you think it is?
Is that oh, what's his name? Aldrin?
Baldrin is an Aarakocra. Right?
Yeah.
Didn't we say that?
No,
Yes.
I thought the Hawkguard lady was.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
The Hawk Guard, yeah.
Because I thought it's the
Captain
Sultan's
Renee
king,
is an Aarakocra. Baldrin's a half-elf. Then yeah, that's Baldrin.
right? Okay.
In which case he should actually be by the Sultan.
Okay.
And we'll replace a guard over here.
When you accidentally choose a table that has the Sultan at it.
Yes.
Did you not know that was?
No, I don't
Oh,
know
that's
who any
so
of these
good.
fucking people are.
That's so fucking good. Yeah, the Sultan.
No, this
and
is
his
exactly
wife
what
are right
I was like. Loca's gonna immediately walk up to like the people at this fucking party because that's
there. Will they
how
actually
like
just walk up to the Sultan and his wife?
and they're
Blame
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, like, it kind of makes sense. They're being very friendly. Like, they are doing lots of talking. There's clearly a social commotion going on over here, right? Which would be very attractive. Yeah, the Sultan and his wife Nina are just having a really great time talking with some of the folks in Al Thra. Standing nearby is a member of the Hawk Guard with slightly more ornate armor, who appears to be watching everyone around the Sultan very carefully. But yes, as far as scheduled events, there's going to be a good amount of milling about, talking to people, kind of general association, and then as Libra inferred earlier, there will be a more structured, organized, two-partnered dance that will happen later. That is kind of this. It's not quite the conclusion of the event, but it is kind of the great happening. So, as per the time being, what would people? Is there anything people would like to do?
I think Asan spies someone who he thinks might be the Kylan. The drow on the left with the monocle.
Yes.
nah.
I thought so. I guess he's going to look to everyone else and say, I will be taken off and perhaps speaking, but I haven't forgotten why we are here. I do hope you won't mind.
Oh, no, I mean, it is still a party, I guess.
Of course. Do enjoy yourselves, I suppose, and... Pashmina? I understand things are weird between you and Zoran. I don't know exactly what the situation is. Just be careful when interacting. There are eyes on him, and any slip up on your part, or his
I'm
part.
well aware. We're doing this carefully.
Okay. I apologize.
I hope to be the very last person to, frankly, royally fuck this up.
I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'm sure if anyone fucks up, it will be me. It has a weird tendency to be like that.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
It's all I can do for humor, honestly.
All right.
I know I moved to Libra's piece, but can I move it back so I can overhear that entire
Yeah,
thing?
absolutely.
And Libra will kind of sidle up next to Pashmina.
Oh,
and just like, with like a drink in hand already, and just like takes a sip from it. Weird feelings, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Libra gives you like just a look and a big smile.
Also, you're one to talk.
Oh.
I mean, you keep saying you're friends. You've been friends for so long.
I've been employed for 10 years in the service. It kind of comes with it.
And there's nothing else that comes with that. Nothing.
My lady, what are you implying?
What are you implying? You know what? I don't have to take this. I'm going away.
Libra just laughs as she leaves. And then goes about milling.
What is up with everyone? It's completely in a huff already. It's just like, wow, this party already started.
Where's the bartender?
See the fan out and just fluttering. Just like,
Drinks are extremely available.
tempting.
Don't.
There are actually quite a variety of drinks. Some exotic imports, in fact.
Oh god. Oh right, Loca's at the party. Oh wait. Wait, where's Loca's mini go?
Loca's mini is
Loca's
directly next to the Sultan and Sultana.
Oh.
Weird.
Don't worry about it.
I want to worry about it so bad.
Pashmina is gonna start milling about and just kind of taking stock with people with kind of a half memory of what Libra was saying before about who was in attendance.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you see a number of people in the VIP area you would recognize as being, they look like officials and they look distinctly non-Thronian in appearance. You can it's maybe a little bit harder to separate for you, like the nobles and the royals, because they're all kind of in similar Thronian garb. Like, it's easy to tell who Zoran is, because you know Zoran, and it's not too hard to parse from there where Sabella is. But everyone else is a little different. But notably, yes, there is a younger drow woman with a monocle that appears to be dressed in not quite a student uniform, almost like oddly a mechanic's uniform, but kind of upscale. Very much more practical tools oriented clothing. You see a particular man talking to one of the guards near the entrances to the VIP area. who actually recognizably Peshmina it would recognize is dressed, although dressed like an arbiter from Matla, though flying some specific colors that signify them a little outside of that specifically. You see an older man, graying hair, graying beard, in a long black cloak with a golden pin fastening their cloak to them on their shoulder. And among them, additionally, a halfling who looks very comfortably sat in front of one of the buffet tables in the VIP area, wearing Mundish gear.
Okay.
And you see Libra milling around in the center.
I see Hassan next to the Arbiter. I'm also interested in the Arbiter, so I'm actually going to kind of sidle up nearby.
Well, I was thinking that was the checkpoint to get past to go to the Kylan.
It is, in fact. Though both of you may certainly present your invitations, should you so desire.
Right. I was gonna say, oh, yeah, how are, because we only have the 2, so only 2 of us.
So there's 2 invitations, but
Plus
a plus
ones,
1.
yes.
So, I guess we just need 1. I suppose.
They'll be checked on the way in. Few enough of them were distributed that the guards at the points are in enough communication that they know who is and who is not supposed to be in VIP. Largely speaking, if you need to sneak in, there might be ways to do it.
Where's Feihu going? She's just kind of standing around.
That's true. Where is Feihu going? I think Feihu is going to grab a glass of something to sip. She'll grab a wine and pick a table and just take a long moment. She's in observation mode. She's just going to kind of sit and watch the proceedings for a while. Maybe make some idle chat with other partygoers. But Hassan, you walk up to one of the Hawk Guard, who is currently in a discussion with this individual wearing somewhat Motlin garb, and kind of like the guard kind of like stops their conversation briefly to turn to you. And Hassan is just like, invitation?
Yes, and you will present one, and my plus 1 right beside me.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I hope you have a great time. Let me know if anything goes wrong.
Thank you. We do apologize for interrupting our conversation.
No,
Guardsman.
of course. And the Arbiter just kind of bristles a little bit, but looks like it respectfully takes a step aside for you to pass.
Oh, as he steps aside, though, Peshmina says, in Elvish, actually. Are you here representing Fandil?
His eyes light up a little bit, and he turns to you, just like, I try always to represent Fandil, but today I am representing Malmo.
How are things there?
Oh, see, he's on zip back.
So, like, he's wondering, what's going on back here?
Things are quite well, actually. Fandil is, most recently underwent a beautiful harvest. Things are going quite well in the region. Not much, to speak of eventfully, but, things are wonderful, and it is beautiful, and I'm sad that I'm missing it.
Oh, I know the feeling. I haven't been there in a very long time, and I miss it dearly.
You're from the region? I somewhat figured from the accent, but would you mind Claude Matthias, and yourself?
Peshmina Rosegrove.
Oh. Interesting. You've traveled quite a way. or are you here? You've gotten. Or were you likewise invite? May I inquire as your presence here?
Oh, mostly just fortuitous happenstance. I've been doing some traveling, and things seem to align.
Interesting. Well, I hope you have a lovely time. I've never been one for these, but I am. If you should have need of me, as always, I am never without my duties.
Yes, thank you for all the work that you do. And trying your best to represent us.
It is a diverse bunch. Hard to... I'll try.
Listen, if, when you do go back, if you find yourself back in Fendio, if you could... No, I'm asking too much. That's...
No, please. I am a public servant. A message is not beyond my capabilities, I should hope.
If you ever end up near, the Rose Grove, the winery, let them know that, that we've met. And, pass on my well wishes to everyone there. And they'll be more than hospitable for you.
Absolutely. I'll make sure to do so.
Oh, well, enjoy the rest of your evening.
And you as well.
Afternoon.
I hope, and I hope you enjoy it even more.
I'll try my best. Just kind of moves past them.
They resume their conversation. They were talking about knife sharpening techniques.
Oh.
Just like real shop talk, you know? Like maintaining armor, like leather polish, that kind of thing. Hey, son, the emissary from Kyla has noticed your approach and kind of like takes a polite step forward and is just like, I seem to predict you'll be chatting with me shortly. Hello.
Yes. Hello. Miss... Is
Vanya.
What?
Vanya Rin.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I heard you were the ambassador... functioning ambassador? I'm not quite sure what exactly New Kyla has done with its...
Representative of the Institute. Here, in part, on the whole of Kyla, but honestly, here as a matter of study.
Technological. Well, that answers my first question. I was wondering what would bring one of the Shining City all the way to Althra.
We've heard it's a growing hub of trade. We have at the Institute we have a number of delicate gem pieces and metalworks that we thought we may be able to more easily source from overseas than from our own mines. And the craftsmanship is impeccable, and the culture is great. I'm have to say I am enjoying all the very spicy teas. That is a wonderful experience.
Yes,
I don't believe I caught your name.
Oh, yes. Hey-san, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well, Hey-san. How do you find yourself here?
Oh, just a matter of ever increasingly absurd circumstances. To explain, I mean, I'm don't exactly. It's hard to say I represent anyone, but besides myself, though, I'm of a small community up in the Himalayas of the archivists. It's someone people you would never have heard of. We're simple scholars. Not much to worry of. Though we are, I am at least, have been fascinated by the recent goings on, the recent turnings in history, especially on those of the eastern continent.
It has changed quite a bit since I was very small.
Dramatically, so.
Yes.
Yes. There's one of the things I actually wish to ask you. I've had the privilege of gathering accounts of the Great Red Revolution before, of small names, but I was hoping, if it's not too traumatic or perhaps problematic, would you perhaps tell me, were you there at the crossing of the bridge during those tumultuous 24 hours?
I was not, but my mother was.
I see.
I was probably old enough to fight, maybe in my later youth, but my mother had reason to protect me at the time, so advised I should bury myself in my books in the time being, and should the time come that she return, we would explore the new world together.
Yes.
Who is also like?
Alright, so she buried herself in her books. What? Sorry. I kind of blanked out for a second, the messages.
Her mother went to the bridge and was uncertain whether or not she would return, and basically told her daughter, like,
stay inside.
keep reading.
Yeah.
Just don't worry about it. And when I come back, we'll figure it out together.
And he said, So whilst the city descended into chaos, you found yourself isolated?
Isolated's a word. I think there's a comfort in knowledge and study and fiction, and even when isolated, we're never truly alone. The world is alive.
Of course. Well. I've recorded stories from those before. Those who lost, or those who I remember seeing have perished. Did you ever look at the doorway waiting for them to come home, perhaps? Fears?
Of course.
Oh my God,
I was young,
Jesus.
but I was not a fool. I knew the danger that everyone was stepping into. But I chose not to worry about it too much, and not inside my control.
Of course. Thank you. I apologize for asking such probing questions.
Oh, it's a fascinating time in history. Have you visited the city?
Oh, no. Well, though I have been privy to some of the goings-on. We have ways of networks of people telling people. I've heard small stories. I've tried to take as much as I can, but it's always hard to get ones directly from the source. Which is why it's maybe such good luck of mine to be here at the same day as you. No.
If you ever do come back to the city, feel free to visit me at the Institute. I can give you a tour of the elevated rail. That's what we've been working on lately.
Oh, I would love to. The trains, the locomotives with Kyla have been fascinating to think about, though unfortunate in some of their use and past uses.
Yes, much more effectively run now.
Yes. Speaking of pasts, And forgive me, I know this might be inappropriate, but I always found it a little bit odd. When I saw the airship over the horizon, I always found it a little odd. What a revolutionary society do sending a representative to a city such as this?
It's important to stay informed. There's a lot
It
going
is-
on in the world. We would not be due to ignore it.
I suppose so. Well, no, you are correct. I've always just found it odd how sometimes such revolutionary societies tend to find themselves embroiled in the same games as those of nobility that they once sought to overthrow.
I like to think we have a vision for the city. And we'll, I hope to see it grow. And I, not just hope to see it grow, I want to build it. I want to build it with my own hands, and we're working on it.
Of course. Nothing. As long as it's being built by the people, I'm sure it will serve them well.
Certainly hope so.
And well, I'll let you get back. Thank you for indulging me.
Of course.
You're lounging. Thank you very much.
Back to this wine.
And one more thing, actually. There's something I do wish to simply warn you about. I've looks around a little bit. Do keep your mind steady. I had trouble. A previous.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
One more.
Jason is is D&D Columbo. Oh my god! That's just kind of true.
Just one more thing.
See, I was at the two-headed peasant yesterday. Heard some distressing rumors. I don't know if it's corrupt. But no, so do keep your mind fortified. I've heard some upsetting rumors recently floating around the populace, that of witchcraft and something regarding one of the noble families. I could not say who. I know one listening to the populace's rumor mongering is simply perhaps not always advisable. But still, the games that the nobility and that are played at this level of society are often very somewhat troubling and devious. Do keep your wits about you.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
God, hey, son, dice don't fail me now. Thank God, 23.
23? Okay. She just kind of nods and, like, regards you. Yeah, she just kind of takes that.
Good day.
Peshmina, what are you up to?
I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like Peshmina doesn't know what she's doing. Like, this is
you just
all
look at her as, like, interested in the wine?
Somewhat.
I'd be willing to share a cup with you if you wish. Something to dumb it down so we don't both get lost in it. Is it? Ooh, what kind of wine is it? Is it like date wine, apple wine?
Okay, so I was about to say, are the bottles on display?
Some are, but it is mostly as displayed, so filled cups and pitchers. But there are some bottles available. There are more bottles available in the general area carts.
This one nearby. Ishmina goes. She's looking. She's browsing, very much so. She's clearly like, all right, interesting. I have reason to believe. Oh, I can't turn the there. Da. She's trying to see if what she thinks is here is here.
There are a few vintages, in fact.
She shouldn't get a whole bottle. Don't get a. She will point to one of the oldest ones.
Mm-hmm.
And say, a glass of this?
Of course. Ah, fine selection. We've gotten these in fairly recently, but it's hard to get it all the way here.
Yes, I'm surprised to see it. I haven't seen these in a very long time.
Certainly. And the person manning the booth pours you a relatively tall glass of this very deeply floral-smelling wine.
Thank you very much. And Pashmina comes back to Hazel. All right. Take a sip of this and tell me what you think. Just put it on the ground between us. Can it float? I don't know if it can float. Can it? Oh, yes, it can. That's hilarious. Nice. That's great.
Wine.
Wine.
Is that what you think?
Sorry, I just completely zoned out and kind of missed a lot. What's going on?
Peshmina has come back to you with a glass of wine, and she's proffering it to you, and has said, "What do you think of this?"
Not exactly an expert. He looks at it and says, takes a little sip of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very distinct, flavor profile-wise. You get immediately that this is not a fruit wine. This is a flower wine. Hard to detect a specific, but it's got very different notes.
Made of flower. Well, it's one of flowers, not fruit.
Everyone who tastes it says something a little bit different. It's interesting to see what people have to say.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Some will say fruit, even though there's nothing in it. But you're right. It's mostly flowers.
Some people like to think they know more than they do, and some people are just happy to speak about something. It's not exactly what matters what's in it as much as really the experience of being able to taste it.
I genuinely believe people when they say that they taste the fruit. The thing about wines like these is that it's all based on culture and palate, things like that, lofty things.
Oh, of course.
It's just interesting that you got it right away.
It's nothing. The flavors I did a small. Well, it's not exactly much. We don't get much alcohol up in the mountains, but if there's one thing we do, we do get up there, it is alcohol. We don't get much alcohol up in the mountains, but as we do, we savor. And there's a whole culture up there about wine. It's made of stuff we forage from the valleys below. Sometimes flowers, sometimes fruits. Someone tried to make coffee wine before it was
Oof.
It was from the fruit of the coffee. It was utterly disgusting.
Yeah, talk about bitter.
Peshmina, do you take a sip?
I think she holds it for a while and is more so just kind of like kind of rotating the glass to make the aroma keep like wafting. I think she's hesitant to take a sip.
Okay, Sam will take the glass and do a sip it again. And can I do a medicine check to try and see if I taste or do some sort of check on it?
Sure. I'd say
Culinary check.
nature or survival, I think.
Oh. 18 on nature.
18 on
Oh,
nature. What are you looking for? Just like another, like an actual wine tasting like note.
Or like, I'm trying to taste if there's anything bad in the wine.
Sure. No, like this is very pure, very well coordinated. It's actually like quite there's even in the looking for some things that are off, right? There's not even actually really any out of place flavors. The second sip just kind of reveals the depth of the vintage. It's like you keep kind of looking, trying to hunt for, I don't know, toxins or off sour notes. But it really just kind of develops as you taste it.
Okay, Sam will hand it back to Pashmina. There's nothing wrong with it. What?
Oh, no,
Is something worrying?
No, I know there's nothing wrong with it. She takes a sip.
Would you care describing to me, not in flavor, but in memory, what it tastes like?
This taste... Pashmina has not tasted this in probably literally a decade. And when she did, she was very, very young and could only have it in the tiniest sips. Hardly even sips, really. Like, literal, just tastes. This is the smell and taste of not just, like, Fendil, but home. Her house. Where she played, where she grew up. This is her mom brushing her hair and her dad telling her to get ready, and all of them under the same roof, seemingly happy and, you know, comfortable and, you know, safe.
Mm-hmm. What kind of expression crosses her face when she takes a sip?
I think at first it's like a little smile. A very, very small smile. And then just nothing. Like, not even nothing to the point, like, not neutral, just...
Hollow?
Yeah. Suddenly vacant.
There's a whole story about wine made from flowers, especially in the fascia, you know. Honestly, you see, I don't know if you've ever been to to Vagrant's Rest. Is that what I called it? Fuck, what was the hill's name?
The
I think
meeting place of the Kenku?
yeah,
Yeah, that's Vagrant's Rest.
yeah, Vagrant's Rest was the name. But every spring there's an awful amount of wildflowers that bloom on the mountainside after a nice rain, being the only place in the desert that gets rain. They say, no matter the Kenku would often describe it as tasting like home, tasting as though this tasting of home that they have long lost and will never seem to get again. I've always found it awfully sad, and perhaps silly. Though of course I do like those stories. Cities of sun. And Hassan takes another sip. Just tastes like wine to me. What does it taste like to you?
I think Freshman just blinks as you're saying all of this and says, "Sorry, what?"
Did you? I apologize. Did I bore you with my story mongering again?
Oh, no. Repeat the question.
What did the wine taste like to you? Since everyone seems to think something different.
Well, it's roses.
Yep. About what I thought as well.
Excellent. Loka.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
think it would be reasonable to say you are having a storming good time.
I hope so.
This
Please
guy,
do not.
this guy's
please do
a
not talk to
hoot.
Sultan.
Like, he's
Please don't talk to
funny. He's kind of loud. He's clearly having a good time with all these people. He's got a big shiny sword. He's dressed nice, but he's still like, he can apparently hold drink because he's slammed like 3
Oh my
beers
God.
already
Oh,
and has not shown any sign of even a change in demeanor.
Life of the fucking party over here.
His compatriot, his companion, the lady who kind of sticks around near him, seems to be like also having a good time, very politely sipping a wine and kind of like laughing at all of his jokes. You do notice that like when he tells a joke, like everyone laughs, and even the ones that aren't like super funny. And there seem to be like more and more people gathering around this particular zone the longer you stick around. Are you having a good time? What are you doing? What's up with you?
I'm trying to figure it out. Like, part of me wants to have a conversation with this guy, but I also don't know what I would say to him, you know? So
Then
I think...
I was just gonna say, I think it would be reasonable that he would engage then, rather than you, because you are an oddity, you're an interesting individual, and clearly
A decked out
having
look.
a good time. Yeah, but you're
With a
dressed
fucking beaver.
for the occasion too, so I think at some point he kind of like looks down and like, and you!
And me!
And you! It's a great day to be in Althra. What? How are you here? What's... I apologies, but like... You are an incredible specimen, and I hope you are enjoying our city.
Yeah. I mean, this place is just kind of bad shit, isn't it? It's really kind of crazy. It's really fun.
It is a hell of a ride, to be sure. I hope you are at least enjoying yourself. Is there anything you'd like Is there anything that strikes you about the city? I'm extremely interested in your perspective.
Oh. What are Loka's thoughts about Althra? Oh God. What? Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Beer.
I don't know what Loka's answer would be right now. I think this is what Loka will say, and I don't know how much I like it, but shmeh.
I don't know. It seems like you got kind of everything you could ever need here. You know, like you got culture, you got money, you've got all sorts of stuff. I don't know. I've kind of been traveling around for a while now, and you know, you go to the north, and it's just kind of a couple houses and like a farm or whatever. It's huge. Like where I come from is probably bigger than this, but also more compact. So
Fascinating. But yes, the city certainly provides. It has, as you say, a little bit of everything. And something for a little bit of everyone, I should hope.
yeah, also, I mean, you know what? I have a question for you. Are you like a ship captain?
No.
I can't hear you.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know. You kind of talk like a ship captain. You kind of drink like a ship captain.
No.
he smiles widely at that and kind of
sea
considers for a minute and is just like, you know, in some ways you're right. It is a bit like steering a ship, I'd imagine. You try your best to point yourselves in the right direction, but at the end of the day, the waves are what brings you to your final location.
Oops.
Well, that's not really how that works, though, is it? If you're the captain of a ship, you gotta be the one in the control of, like, okay, are the sails up? You know, are we catching the wind to go to our direction? Do we need to pull them down so that the lightning doesn't set everything on fire, you know? Like, if every ship out at sea was just going, you know, along with the ocean current and all that, nobody would ever get anywhere.
Isn't that the truth?
Realest shit I ever heard. Damn, this fish is full of wisdom.
Loka, if you ever turn your head, if you ever gaze across the room, you may or may not just see Hasan looking at you with an absolute look of horror.
Oh, he would never see it.
It's like, oh my god. What is he doing?
Excellent.
Charming the Sultan.
Wait, so but you're not a ship captain now?
No, I am not. So,
Oh, what the heck are you?
He looks extremely amused, and is going to look down at you and put a hand on the pommel of his sword and take an overly dramatic deep bow and say, "My name is Sultan Samarabi, and I am the Sultan of Althra, and this is my beautiful, beautiful, charming, wise wife, Nina."
Shit,
Okay.
puppy, bow! Bow, puppy, bow!
he just flops over onto his side.
Close enough.
This went about as well as I expected, but also worse than that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Excellent.
It's probably not, it's probably not kosher for me to ask you to a drinking contest, is it?
Were I a younger man, I'd take you up on it.
Oh, that's too bad.
I agree. And Nina, like, looks at him. Like, she gives the Sultan a look, and the Sultan, like, genuinely looks like he's considering it for, like, a hot minute. And then Nina just, like, looks over and just, like, fucking elbows him in the chest, and he's just like, okay, fine. Alright. I think I'll have to make my appearances additionally. There's only so much of us to go around, but this has been delightful for Althra! And kind of like does a little toast with all the people around in this group. And then the two of them will move on to the next group. Nerp. Nerp. I like to imagine Zeron is watching all of this, I assume.
It's their eyes are darting around, but they catch just like Loka from across the way. They have to do a double take, and it is taking everything in their power not to just start sweating. They are internally screaming.
Oh
Amazing.
my gosh.
Screaming, crying, pissing.
Literally everything. They're just like, please do not insult my dad. Please.
It's far too late for that.
Please do not embarrass yourself in front of my dad.
If anything, they are best bros now. And, like...
I hope
The
so.
worst part is Ron can't move from where they are, so they can't go over and be like, oh, what is this? Haha.
Haha, funny fish man. No wonder where he came from.
I just realized that the Sultan and Nina have ended up at the table with Feihu.
Yep.
Ah,
Well-
that is...
I will, that happens in the background.
Cool.
That's where I was about to head, but never mind.
That's so funny.
Just follow him over there.
It's a shorter conversation. There's fewer people. They can move on shortly. They will kind of noodle around there for a while and then the next group. Nerp, nerp.
I want to go.
All
Oh,
right.
I want.
In a short while now, the party continues to move on and kind of simmer. You've got a bit now before the dance proper, but is there anything you would like to do in the meantime?
I do have a quick question about the
Yeah,
dance.
for
The
sure.
dance is not like just one song, right? Like it's not just one
No.
dance. Like
So,
okay.
for some context that I think might be relevant, you know the scene in like every Regency era piece of fiction where there's a dance and people are passing partners to each other and everyone is having private conversations one-on-one as they
Yes.
all exchange dance partners with each other?
Yes.
We're gonna do that.
Yes.
So, during that dance, anyone will have an opportunity to privately chat with anyone they like. The narrative conceit is that everyone at this party is effectively going to be able to pass off dance partners whenever it is narratively convenient for them to do so.
Fuck yes. Yes. Yay.
So that is what the dance is going to be like.
Yes. Good. Excellent.
Right?
I do have one thing I want to do before we get there, if
Yeah,
possible.
for sure.
I do as well. But
Are you going to talk to the same person I'm going to talk to?
who are you going to talk to?
The Haraxan guy?
Oh no.
Oh, never
I was
mind.
gonna walk up to you.
To Zoran or Libra?
Zoran.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't really have a lot to say to the Haraxan guy, just kind of like establish.
Yeah. Would love to have
Like a
that
really
conversation,
quick
though.
thing?
Yeah, for sure.
So Libra is going to come on by as he just sinks into the table. And will try to politely insert himself into that conversation.
Absolutely.
He's holding a drink, like 2 drinks, one for himself, and then he's going to offer one to the gentleman here, as
Yeah.
I forget his name as I scroll up just briefly, the High Chancellor or something.
High Chancellor Navorak.
Navorak.
The High Chancellor, on seeing Libra's approach, will very dismissively wave a hand to just end the conversation he was having with this Hawk Guard, who seems entirely okay with just like, all right, cool, that's the end of our interaction, and he kind of heads out.
Cool.
And before even having greetings, the Chancellor will take a glass from you. It's just like, hello.
Good afternoon, sir. And just kind of will like do like a small bow as like the wine is just taken from him.
Absolutely.
Introductions. I am employed by the royal court here in Althra.
Excellent.
I just wanted to see how you were doing.
Oh,
Are you faring well?
Swimmingly. This entire event has been a delight. I am certain in no small part due to your participation. He gives kind of like a quick, very polite smile.
Insight.
If you'd like to.
Pretty please.
Sure. While you're doing that, I'll describe his garb a little bit more. He's got this long black cloak, all trimmed in gold with little bits of leathers. And then on his shoulder, he's got a very prominent pin bearing the mark of the Haraxan Coalition in like this shining gold.
Mm-hmm. I rolled a 23.
He seems genuine. Like, he is, obviously, he's like, okay, cool, we're exchanging pleasantries. This is a pseudo-political interaction. But, like, as far as everything he's been talking about with you, like, yeah, he genuinely means it. Like, he doesn't know you, but he's willing to offer a compliment in regardless.
Mm-hmm. Well, on behalf of the Sultanate itself, thank you for coming and joining us on such a momentous occasion.
It's my pleasure.
Your trip wasn't too arduous, was it?
No. It is rare that any of us come out this far west. Or east, rather, from the west. But 'tis a delight every time to see the rolling landscapes of Rackentha. Any excuse to bear the burden of taking the trip, I will gladly take. And the occasion such as this is well worth the effort.
That is delightful to hear. I'm very glad to hear such a high opinion from you.
Of course.
Will you be staying in the city long?
Just a few days, I believe. I'll be taking the opportunity in attendance tonight, and then I believe I have a few arrangements made, meetings to speak, business tomorrow, and then I'll be heading back home the day after.
Oh, fabulous. Anything that you wish to accomplish while you're here in the city? If there's anything I can do to assist you, I am more than happy to.
I find it useful to know the faces of the people I'm dealing with. And having the opportunity to meet in person, to judge character, has never done me wrong so far.
Fascinating, truly. Well, is there anything I can get for you in the meantime, my lord?
No. simply sharing the drink will do. And he kind of proffers his glass to give a small cheers toast.
Libra will gladly reciprocate.
He gives a small clink and goes, "Thank you very much." And will take a sip and kind of like look out onto the party wistfully.
And Libra will bow in a very like studious manner, like very rehearsed, as he's used to doing it around the royal palace. And we'll give an eye to Zoran and then an eye to Hassan, and we'll just start heading over slightly.
Sure thing.
They want to kind of be an earshot for this. So they're looking at the bread.
Absolutely. The High Chancellor is going to return a little bit over here, and I believe they're going to talk to Vanya.
Fabulous.
All right.
Hold on as I change my character on Discord.
Alright. Oh, sorry. Am I in the clear, or?
Yep, should be good to go.
Yeah.
Alright. So Hassan will, I guess, will approach from the side near the guard, I guess towards the guards, and say, "I do apologize, but may I perhaps give my congratulations to the two?"
Please. And they take a small step back, and like Sibella turns to. Ooh, I'm sorry. Turns to look at you with just a beautiful, heartwarming smile.
Thank you. I apologize for taking up your time. I just
No,
want to
of
offer my
course.
sincerest. I simply want to add my sincerest congratulations to the two of you, despite all the fervor and no doubt traumatic experiences you two must have experienced in the past year.
It has been quite a time, for sure. And Sibella kind of like gives a smile and a glance over at Zoran and just goes, "But, you know, in the end, nothing can keep those destined for each other far apart for long."
I suppose not.
I could not have said it any better myself, my dear. And puts a hand on like her back, and T will bow to Hassan.
Yes, no, please, no, Prince, my Prince. Besides, I only wish to come greet you yourself. I actually, would you believe it or not, had the oddest coincidence, perhaps a year ago, it was a year ago when he first ran.
It's only been a
Zoran's
couple
only
months.
been out for 3 months.
3 months. Okay, 3 months.
You probably met Zoran a few months before that, but
I
it's
believe
not
that was
been
the
that
timeline
long.
we established.
Yeah.
Okay. And so Zoran had just snuck out at the time, or
Zoran was just
something.
out and about the city, yeah.
Yes. They like to do that.
And is that also against the royal decorum rules?
No, the royals just have to remain the sultanate has to remain within the city limits. They can be wherever they want inside the city, but they have to be within the city limits.
And so, just want to express my thanks to you again, Prince Erasmus. Prince Isabella, I actually had the odd fortune of meeting him about a year ago at this point. I was new to the city, utterly lost, and he dragged me around almost on a leash during clothes shopping. I was in utterly drab clothes. He found me the perfect outfit. I wanted to thank you again for that. It was wonderful.
Zoran knows exactly what you're talking about, but plays it up as if they're trying to remember.
Of course,
And just goes, "Oh, yes, I do remember that. Wayward soul come to the city. It's a pleasure to meet you again, then. Are you enjoying yourself?"
Oh, very much. The city itself, though I was never able to fully appreciate it, seeing it at the height of its opulence, of wine, gold, colors, it is beyond anything I experienced in those short days before.
Of course.
Yes.
Well, we welcome you back to our fair, beautiful city.
I am happy to be back. I do hope you both will be participating in the dance later on.
Oh, of course. Wouldn't miss it.
Yes. Yes. I apologize. I just wanted to know, since, it's so hard to separate people during, just for couples to separate during a dance. I just want to make sure everyone had the consent to do so.
Oh, don't
Oh.
worry.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yes. Forgive me, it's just consent matters in where I come from. It's always important to have it.
Oh my fucking god.
Zeron is keeping a straight face through all of that.
I would
They-
like
they-
either a deception check from both of you or one of you with advantage.
I can absolutely do that.
Yeah, go ahead, try that, please.
With
don't do
advantage?
it.
Yep.
Natural 20 on the first one.
Oh my god.
So
So
that is a
27.
27.
That is a 27.
Hasan, you have to second guess for yourself for a second of just we did meet, right? That is a thing we did, because Zoran is just playing it so cool. In this scenario, you're actually, it makes sense that you would be leaning a bit on Libra's description of Zoran's, basically an inner state, because he's playing it completely cool. He by all outside appearances looks like he wants to be here and is happy to be right beside his betrothed.
Oh god. Isan almost for a minute looks concerned, but shakes it off for a second. After he realizes, oh no, he is definitely... No, he's playing the game, he's just playing the game. I'm gonna say, well, I wish you both the happiest days of your lives. Thank you very much.
Hasan and Zoran, would you both mind rolling perception checks for me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me something good. 22.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. 22 and Dirty 20. Excellent. Zoran, you've been kind of on this for the entire duration of the party, but it's becoming a lot more obvious now. And Hasan, you start to pick up on it too while you're here. General state is Sabella's having a great time. Sabella looks radiant. She is absolutely overjoyed at getting to show off right now, basically. That said, the guards, the House Tenon guards that are posted up around the two of them look incredibly bored. And they are, each individually in their own way, gazing longingly out at the actual party going on around them that they are not currently allowed to participate in.
Oh no.
Bless.
They look kind of antsy to be doing other things.
Right. I guess he'll just say, well, I must give you my farewell now. You two have a wonderful time.
Have a wonderful time at the party.
You get the classic Zoran bow. The
Yeah.
super overextended full body bow.
Isan is kind of has to do his usual She goes a bit too that's a bit too much for Hasan. And he turns to the guards and say, and thank you very much for your hospitality. I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Pashmina, are you watching this interaction from afar?
I feel like I have to. I feel like Peshmina can't. This is all a train wreck, and she's just watching. every
It's
moment
'cause
of
it
this is
Because it is.
the longest, slowest car wreck of all time. And I'm just on the side of the road watching it all. How was that?
Enjoyable.
Yeah.
Something the matter?
this party sucks. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna go to the bards. I'm gonna make some requests.
All right.
Well, okay.
While you are making requests, Loka, you said you wanted to have a chat with Fahey?
I don't know if I necessarily wanted to have a chat with her. I was just heading over that way to hang out.
Wanted to be around? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fahey was likely politely sipping rose wine.
Is that the same wine as what Pashmina got?
Yes. Have you tried this?
No, I actually haven't had a drink yet. I was over talking to, Actually, never mind. I wasn't talking to anybody important whatsoever.
Excellent. Interesting. The Sultan just came by. He visited the table with his wife briefly. She's a delight. She not much of a talker, but she's whip smart. Real thinker.
Really? Because she didn't say much when I was talking. I mean, when I wasn't, I didn't talk to her at all.
No, we had a bit of a conversation over. It seems we both had a bit of an interest in a particular chess game when we were studying, and kind of had a bit of a conversation over opening strategies that I found interesting, super fascinating. She's got such insights. But no, yeah, try this. It's here. Let me. It's an import from Matla. It's rose wine from the Rose Grove orchards.
Loka will probably take a bigger drink than he should have.
Yeah. What's your drink of choice, Loka?
Seawater?
Seawater.
What's
your alcoholic? Yeah, I was about to say. Do you have an alcoholic drink of choice?
Seawater.
Also, seawater. Seawater is actually the name of a cocktail. I don't know.
Yeah.
And what it is seawater and rum because we spilled the rum.
It probably is some sort of rum, just because rum is historically such a pirate's
of course
drink.
Yeah, I think Pejmina's description, like in comparison, then this is perfume. Like it is deeply floral. It is still certainly alcoholic. It's got kind of the rich tannins of a more traditional wine. But like it is very distinct from other wines you may have had.
Doesn't elicit memory from me.
Not you, no.
Okay. Interesting.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's not rum, but it's fine.
That's fair. I do, likewise, I do tend to go stronger. Prefer if I intend to. I do love a mixed drink. It's not something I've really had the penchant for in Althra, but I do love the teas that Sursuran manages to assemble back at the Misty Vale. Reasonable though.
Well, you want me to see if I can go accost some bartender and see if I can make you a mixture?
No, this is actually a nice change of pace. I'm enjoying it greatly.
I might just go do that anyways, just because it's going to be fun for me, but...
Up to you. Looks like the dance is going to get started soon.
God.
Pejmina, what requests are you making?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Just simply making some requests.
Yeah. I could make up some, like, names of songs.
Is there, like, kind of a type of song you're looking for? Like, kind of folky music? Are you looking for, like, more traditional dancing music? Like, what are you... Is there, like, kind of a vibe you're looking for?
Yeah, she's definitely partial to something with a good beat, a strong rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's actually going to take a chance and, for both herself and for Claude, try and see if they know any Fandelish music.
Fandelish music? They know...
This is a Fandelish party now. Everyone else deal with it.
They know the singular most common, like, Fandelish folk song.
What? Good enough.
They do give you like a look, because it played on instruments totally fine. Sung has some lyrics. As with most folk music. But they do know it, and they'll put it into rotation.
Well, all right. Fetchman is in slightly better spirits.
All right. Is there anything anyone else would like to do before we get into the dance proper?
Yes.
By all means.
I am going to go accost a bartender.
Excellent.
1. 2, am I even tall enough to engage in this dance?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes?
They'll make it happen.
Okay.
I mean, there are like halflings and gnomes, you know?
Oh, okay. That's fair.
People know how to deal with small people.
I, as a tall person, do not know how to deal with small people.
I mean, fair.
Well, look, all you have to do is pick them up and pin them to the wall. That's only the time to talk to small people.
Hey, yo.
I'm right here.
Wow, that's a lot. That
Sorry.
was a lot.
And is refilling drinks in the kitchen and muttering to themselves. Schmal. What do you want after? What are you accosting the bartender for?
A mixed drink and some rum.
Mixed drink and some rum. They've got like a rum.
God.
As opposed to kind of the variety of other drinks, but like, yeah, these people were hired for a party featuring the nobility and royalty. They can make a fucking mixed
People
drink.
from every fucking which way, so...
It makes like a mean rum drink. It's pretty solid. It's not maybe not as it's actually probably a little bit more like tidy, a little bit more like upscale than something you would be expecting, but it is quite good. It's still relatively representative. It has like a little mint garnish, which is like kind of weird, but it's good.
He takes that straight out.
Yeah. Fucking leaves
Throws it
in
on the
my
fucking
drink.
ground. Yeah.
Who put salad in this shit? Take the salad out the drink.
So good. Holy shit.
Does he feed the mint leaf to Puppy?
Puppy might eat it, sure, because he just throws it on the ground.
Love that.
Puppy like scrambles it. Tastes like alcohol.
You know, Puppy actually
Alcohol
does this...
infused mint leaf.
Can you make a pop cup?
Oh no.
You know, I bet I could. It takes some effort, but they managed to take one of the like whipped garnish toppings and put it in like a little bowl.
Oh my god.
I give it to Puppy.
Puppy fucking loves it. So hyped about this.
It was not too busy for a pup cup. He did get his pup cup.
This is the happiest day Puppy has ever had.
Yeah, Puppy's having a great party so far. What are you doing, little man?
Oh, he just woke up from his nap. It's almost midnight, that's why he's...
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm after procuring drinks, I'm gonna bring back the cocktail and give it to Feihu.
Yeah, absolutely. And Feihu will thank you for it and take some gentle sips. All right. That out of the way, the dance begins. It takes a bit. It's actually a little difficult to kind of like wrangle everyone all at once, and at first, most individuals take the partnerings you would expect. Mila and Samsura, Zaran and Sabella, Sultan Samarabi and Nina, and you may assemble yourselves into pairs should you desire. But after the first, say song, half a song or so, as the dances continue, everyone begins swapping partners, kind of ad infinitum. So I will allow you to tell me. I may throw in some partnerships of my own, but does anyone have a partnering they would like to do first? You'll get maybe not an elongated conversation, but you will get a private conversation with whoever you desire.
Just Zoran. I kind of want to talk to Zoran, if that's okay.
By all means.
All right. The dancing commences. There is a passing of partners, and Zoran and Hassan, you are dancing together.
You are an utter fool, you know that?
Later, please.
But you walked into a lion's den, practically put your head inside of inside of its mouth. What were you thinking?
I had questions I needed answered, and I got them. I did try to escape, but
Failed.
It would have been very bad for me if I did run. I chose the safest option.
How safe is it truly? You do know... Heck, Libra told us some very disturbing rumors about and goings-ons with your wonderful fiancé, whose smile is glowing and wretched, by the way.
I should be mad that you're talking about my fiancé like that, but given the situation...
Forgive me,
You're speaking about what I told Libra yesterday about the Sanguine Witch. Yes, it is all true.
Well, at the very least, I'm happy you're not in a cell. At the very least.
It's a very well-decorated one.
Yes. At least that's one I can actually see you in. We have been spreading rumors about it. We have been trying to spread rumors about this witchcraft as you talk about it, hopefully to give some sort of distraction. It's all very on the spot and a bit improvised, but I do hope you know that we are trying.
That's all I can ask for. What is the rumor that you are spreading, if you don't mind me asking?
To just confirm, the only rumor we're spreading... Is it the only rumor we're spreading regarding the tales of the tenants getting vaguely involved in magic and witchery and inviting a notable witch or something like that?
I believe it's a small synthesis of rumors. So there is that and the
ones we did before?
Tenon and Ymira, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought, yeah.
Okay, good. A synthesis. We're doing a synthesis. Something, one of witchcraft, one of Ymira trying to take advantage of the tenants' dire straits. One of the tenants attempting to, one of the tenants being supposedly on their last limbs, hoping. We are doing our best to try and make the others go after one another and see that you are gone in the chaos.
Okay. You are trying to sabotage House Tenon, I see.
Yes. Yes, not that I particularly expect it to go well. But Pashmina is very kindly offered even need be to take your place for a while if you need cover.
I will warn her against that.
I'm sure you will.
I'm sure she's a good actress. I'm not sure she's a me actress.
Oh no, of course. I don't think anyone could perhaps imitate the amount of... I don't know.
Go on, use your worst word.
the the caucasity, it's not the caucasity.
That's so
Ron is brown. What is that?
no,
sorry.
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I know what
Oh.
word you're going. Audacity?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
the audacity.
I
The
like that. I
audacity,
like
the
that.
audacity to carry Mr. expression when lying and playing pretend as you.
I'm one of a kind, truly.
Alright. And that was all about it. Hassan just wanted to rip into Ron for a little bit and tell me he's stupid.
So glad. So glad. It's gonna be that for everyone else as well.
I was about to say, I think another passing of partners, and then Loka, you and Zoran are dancing.
Oh my god.
Ah, look who it is! It's Prince Erasmus, like I've never met you before! Oh!
Shut up, please.
Nobody can hear me, the music is so loud!
It's good to see you too, Loka.
I am glad you're not dead, though. I kind of thought that,
Oh shit, what's your...
Say
What's
no.
that?
Libra?
No, what's that kid's name?
Libra?
Libra, thank you.
Oh, Libra, yeah.
I kind of thought at first that Libra had killed you or turned you in, or both, maybe.
I would certainly hope not. No, I'm obviously as okay as I can be.
That's good. I'm glad. I'm kind of sad. I'm kind of sad you don't have your tail right now, because I would step on it and throw you to the ground, but, you know.
Zoran is very happy that they're using illusion magics right now.
It's like hidden under your robe. Like,
Basically is.
please, nobody step on my tail.
You know, like, what you did was, like, just absolutely the dumbest thing you could have ever done, right? Like, okay. Now, as long as you know that.
Yes, I'm an idiot. I get it.
Okay. Well, we are trying our best to get you out of here. We'll see how everything shakes out, but...
Are there any plans to make me out, or is it just the rumors and then pray to God that I get out?
I can't tell you anything, because if Cybella, like, mind reads you or something, then everything's gonna go to shit.
Cybella does not use magics. I'm right in that, right?
Oh yeah, extremely mundane.
I don't know, maybe if she's hired some sort of witch thing to come and... Good God, who knows what's gonna happen with that, but... No, you can't know. It's important. It's plausible deniability. You won't accidentally speak of it, but we're working on it.
Interesting. DM, I have a question.
Yeah.
Was I able to keep the Thronian amulet of protection against scrying and detection?
Yes.
Does that also carry through to mind reading, or is it just
No, it is
scrying?
scrying. It is a seeing spells. Yeah.
Gotcha. Never mind.
You would
then.
need different wards against
Okay.
mind magic.
Okay. Never mind.
Please.
Well, that is worrying that I do not know what is going on, but I trust your judgment.
I think, like, immediately you get passed to Fayhugh, who's just like, okay, so let's make a plan on how to get you out of here.
Oh, thank God. The last two
Hi,
have been
how are
so
you?
helpful.
Are you okay?
I'm surviving.
Okay.
I'm alive. That is all I can ask for right now.
Well, good. I've been watching the party for opportunities as best we can. I've noticed your personal attendants seem to be losing interest in their given duties as of yet. Though there are some interesting gifts. I have yet to speak to the Emissary from the Haraxan Coalition. Fascinating. But, also, sorry, aside, I know we have plans. Your father is fascinating.
Can you tell where I get it from?
A little bit, yes, just a little bit. Although, it's not the same.
Oh, no, not at all.
But
just a little bit. I'm glad you enjoyed the company of my father, but
also, new look. Apologies for not. I'm glad we had this communication and you instantly knew who I was because of all the other things going on.
I can recognize you from your voice.
Appreciate it. Yes, should you feel the need, message me. She will slip you another scroll of sending.
Okay. Give me a second.
Which is her last one.
Only lasts up to an hour. I was gonna wrist pocket it. But wrist pocket only lasts for an hour. If I cast it at a third level instead of a second level, can I extend it? You can say no, that's totally okay.
Let me take a peek.
Because it doesn't say anything about extending. Because it is just flat second level spell.
Sure.
Yeah.
You said it lasts an hour?
Yes, normally it lasts an hour.
Yeah, if you burn a third, it'll last for 3.
Will that give me enough time to get through the party?
Easily.
Perfect. I will gladly then wrist pocket it immediately. Like it never even reached his hands.
Of course. I trust you to do what's best for you, but should you need to eschew subtlety and need a more forceful rescue from wherever they are holding you, I am all the more willing to oblige.
You shan't expose yourself for my sake.
Hopefully not. But I'm willing to.
That is very heartening to hear. Thank you, Lady Fayhue.
Of course.
But please, put your safety above mine for the well-being. For the time being. Are you faring well?
I'm faring fine. We seem to have a reasonable understanding of what is happening, though not how it is happening. As loath as I am to accept it, I believe that Hassan's more dark studies may bear fruit in assisting.
This is a conversation we can have when I am free. We have but a little time left.
Of course. In that case, I'll pass you off. And she exchanges partners, and you are dancing with Peshmina.
Nope.
No?
I'm dancing with Cybella.
Oh no!
You want to do that first?
Alright, Zoran's dancing with Libra.
Excellent.
I want to dance with Cybella before I get to Zoran.
Cybella happily takes you up as dance partner. Her steps are very skilled. She knows the.
I was say, is she a
order.
leader or a follower?
Oh, she's a leader. For sure.
Okay, yeah,
Easily.
that's what I figured.
Not even a
Peshmina
question.
easily goes into following. Hold on. Okay, my headset's back.
Oh, okay, good.
It disconnected for a second.
I know. She gives you a warm smile. Welcome. As you are likely acquainted, I am Lady Sabella Tendon, and yourself?
Pashmina Rosegrove. Nice to make your acquaintance.
Nice to make your acquaintance as well. You're a lovely dancer. The both of you glide effortlessly across the courtyard.
I mean, I could say the same for you.
It's well practiced, is all.
And I do love your gown. It's a lovely shade of red.
Oh, and yours as well. Similar tastes. Great tastes.
As we're dancing, Pashmina is trying to get a sense of, like... dancing with a partner, you can get a sense of, like, their posture, their grip. She is trying to learn things about Cybella through this dance.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll insight with advantage.
I beg. With advantage. Okay. The highest I rolled was a 15.
15? 15's pretty good. You're right, you can tell a lot about someone by how they dance, simply because they are interacting with a partner. Cybella is a very good leader when it comes to dancing, especially in this kind of pseudo-ballroom dancing. But you can tell by her grip. Part of the reason she moves so effortlessly is because you are so good at following. While her movements are smooth between the different steps, they're also rigidly practiced. And the way she holds you is stern guidance. She's certainly a help, but the way she is helping is to make sure you are adhering to her movements and her rhythms.
You know, I promise to make you look good. You don't have to. You're allowed to relax. I hope you're enjoying the dance.
Oh, of course. Her dance is a delight here with the musicians and the atmosphere in the city. It's something I learned to do well very early, though it was not particularly easy at first. It took a lot of practice.
Dancing, even in this way, is just a little more vulnerable than we'd like to admit. Especially surrounded by so many eyes and...
Oh, the eyes never bothered me. It's, I've always enjoyed having an audience. I feel like it bolsters me. Gives me a confidence I would lack in the isolation of my...
That's good to hear. I also like to perform. Claps and cheers of an audience can be heartening. It can also be... It can sting a bit if your performance doesn't land.
She gives you a smile and nods and goes, understandable. In my line of work, then, it's about doing the proper preparation to make sure it always lands.
Then... What would I say to that? What would I say to that? Oh, I hate that. Ooh, I feel okay. This bitch. All right. Prepare as we might, there are things about in the world that can, well, we plan and the gods laugh, right? Just, if you're going to prepare so much, I guess also be prepared for the laughter. But that's just me waxing poetic about, again, you spend so many days on the stage.
Yes.
Sorry, didn't mean for this to get so...
No, I find it fascinating. I should like to see one of your performances someday, I think. You are a dancer, then.
I am.
Then, it looks like the two of your dance is about to come to the end and soon to change partners. I should like to see it, and I'll be prepared for the laughter, or otherwise. And she passes you off to the next partner.
Pashmina goes out with a flourish as best she can.
Very much. It's beautiful. It's excellent. You're dancing with Loka now.
Oh.
Hi, Pashmina.
Oh, thank God. Hi.
How'd that
You're
go?
dancing. That was bad. I didn't like that. She's scary. She's really scary.
Is she? She doesn't
A
look
bit.
that scary.
Oh, but she's tense. She's really her grip.
I can
Commanding.
I can I can grip you harder if you're that's
No,
bad. I
no,
don't like
no.
that. How is my dancing? Is it good?
Oh, you're doing fine.
Is it actually fine?
You have big old flippers, which is just kind of like, you're doing your best. Oh, only a little bit awkward. I think Pashmina is just able to adapt, so it probably seems better to Pashmina than it would otherwise.
That makes sense to me. The dancing experience for you tonight, Loka, has been variable. Certainly some people definitely know how to accommodate, some people do.
I can't wait to dance with Cybella and see what she does with me.
Oh, I thought I knew what I was going to say to her, and then we started talking, and oof. She is one type A personality that the likes of which I've never encountered. She was not having it.
Oh, that's too bad. You'll get your words in. You'll get your jabs in when we.
No, I don't. Listen, I'm not trying to take jabs. I mean, this is all awful, right? Like, it's an arranged marriage. Like, this isn't great for her either. But I mean,
That
she's
sounds
just
pretty good for her.
she's taking advantage. But I don't happy people don't behave this way.
Well, that could be true.
Mm.
I'm trying to think. Back home, our queen, it's not really arranged marriages, but she just kind of chooses a couple of us, and that's just her like circle, you know.
Are you speaking from first-hand experience, or?
I'm not saying I was in the circle. I'm just saying
Okay.
that's how it works.
Oh.
Oh God, I was never that lucky. That's why I left that place.
Oh.
You're always doing busy work. You're always stuck under the flipper of somebody else. No, I want to be out here. I want to be right where I am. Well, maybe not right where I am. This is kind of hot and unbearable, and I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm making it work. So.
Oh, believe you me, my feet are killing me. But we're gonna get through this, goddammit.
Absolutely.
All right. Heshimina, I think it is time for you to get passed off to Zeron.
Yeah. Hi.
Greetings.
Oh, this is weird. You look weird. Sorry, not bad.
Thank
No, sorry, that came out wrong. It's not bad. I promise it's not bad. You look great. You always look great. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm having a moment.
Is everything all right? Well, no. The answer is no, but
It's bad, Zara. We've been real worried about you.
I know. And I can only offer my deepest apologies for the situation that I've thrust all of you into.
I mean, what's done is done. I do wish you wouldn't do these things alone. You keep doing these things alone, and
I saw no other way to do it. As terrible as that sounds, this was the only way I was going to get the answers I needed, and I got them.
You got the answers you needed. Did you get the ones you wanted?
I got the answers that I needed to hear.
That's about what I thought. Well, we don't have a lot of time. I have something of a plan, and I know you're not gonna like it.
I'm all ears.
I can make myself look like you, but I can only do it for an hour, and I can only do it once a day. And I know that you can make yourself look like me.
This is true, but you would be putting yourself in my shoes. And if it were to be found out that I was not who I was, or you weren't actually me in the situation, you would immediately become complicit, probably hunted down as a criminal.
Sure.
I do not want that for you.
Well,
It is not worth having your name tarnished.
I mean, if they ever figure out that it's me.
An hour is a long time, but also very, very little.
The next hour I can be invisible. I'll be you, and then you will be gone. and you will be me, and you will also be gone.
There also something I considered, but it would be slightly hazardous. I am able to retreat into my lantern for extended periods of time. With how invisibility works, because I've used it before, anything a person is holding also goes invisible. Were you to go invisible and hold on to my lantern, theoretically that also would go invisible with you. But that would be putting a lot on your plate.
But I could do it.
Are you sure you can manage it? The Tenon estate is very well guarded.
Oh, my hope is we don't even get that far. But if needs must.
When are we planning to do such an act, if we are to do this?
Can I would like to make a presumption as Peshmina with practice being a dancer.
Go ahead. What is the presumption?
She's been very carefully following, like, the dance steps and everything going on. I would like to say that there is a moment where everyone surrounding us will have their backs turned because of the dance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. In just a few turns, there will be no eyes on us. In that moment, we can just switch places. Easy as that. And finish the dance.
Pashmina, this is incredibly risky out of nowhere.
Tell me you have a better plan.
And Duran just looks like kind of lost in thought for a second. Are you sure you can act like me? You are going to be talking to people.
I've been around you long enough. I can get by. It's been a long day. Maybe you're getting tired.
I'll have no way of contacting you.
You won't, but the others will. They came with me. You will be me. Go with them.
Zoran is going to unwrist pocket the scroll of sending.
Hmm?
And in their hand, they're going to kind of, like, they're going to slip it into Pashmina's pocket in her dress. It was a gift from Fehu. It is a scroll that will allow us to communicate. Just in case.
All right.
Please be careful.
I will do my best.
Are you sure about this, Pashmina? And they look worried. Like, it's the court intrigue, like the court game that he's used to is gone. He genuinely looks worried.
There is nothing that these people can do that is worse than what will happen to you and what has already happened to me.
I'll get you out of this, I swear.
You first.
Please put yourself first and foremost, even in my shoes.
Oh, I can't wait to get the hells out of here.
Likewise. I have nothing else to say. That might be a good point for like,
Yeah.
I think we
I think
switched.
at that point, there is just a handful of seconds where everyone is faced away from you, and in a move where the two of you turn around each other, blink and you miss it, and then suddenly Zoran, externally, by all appearances, is leading, and Pejmina is following. And the two of you separate. Are given to other dance partners. I think that is where I want to call it for tonight.
Okay.
Woo!
Oh.
Big stretch.
Oh, that's big.
Ah,
All
I'm
right.
so fucking.
D&D's good.
D&D's fucking good.
All right. So, we're gonna go right to left for stars and wishes. Thank you all for playing. Obviously. Eli, stars and wishes.
Stores and washes. That was porn to porn. It was very fun. Stars, specific stars. Rumor mongering was very fun. Although I do hope to see the outcomes of it. I guess that's also a wish. What else? Cybella is very, very fun. She is kind of utterly terrifying, kind of terrible and utterly terrifying in a sense. I don't know. Either way, I don't know. Just getting to, if it was fun just to get to see all of these characters that's in all these major characters in Ulthra in the same place. It was very nice to get to just interact with them all in a single session. It's very fun when we get to play with some of the big peoples. I like talking with other NPCs. What else? Wishes. What do I want to do next? It feels like we're still in the midst of everything. I kind of just want to see what happens next. I can't think of anything at the moment. Oh right, the sickness. I am anxious to hear back from Afsior and everything about the sickness. I am interested in that. That sure as hell is happening right now as well. I can't think of any specific wishes at the meantime. I'll get back to you when I can about that. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Matt, stars and wishes.
It's a really interesting episode. The stuff with Feihu, absolutely fascinating. Full disclosure, I kind of knew what was going to happen today, but Caroline, you really got me. You really surprised me. I was like, oh well, Zoran's just gone, huh? Like, yeah. So that I don't know. This is really interesting. The wishes that I have, are they're almost they're a little bit like regret, where I kind of wish that I had, because I legitimately, when I moved Loka over to that table, I did not realize that was the king. And I was just trying to think of what the fuck would Loka even say, and I feel like I could have done more there. I wanted to do more there. I just didn't know what that was. Similarly for Pashmina, I kind of wish that Pashmina's conversation had gone more in Pashmina's favor. You know what I mean? Like, it just...
That genuinely, like, I thought I knew what I was gonna say, and then we started talking, and I was like, oh, I don't fucking... What?
Yeah.
But that's okay, that's... I think Pashmina being rattled is totally fine.
Yeah, I think just for me, the player, I wanted that to be...
More of a victory over Cybella. Like...
Yeah, in a way, you know. Wishes continued. I am just so...
My headset just turned off again, fuck.
So completely curious to see what's going to happen going forward. I think there's a lot of potentiality for, like, boss battle with Witch. There's a potentiality where we completely skip that. You know, like, there's just... Everything feels very up in the air right now, and that's very interesting and very fun. So...
Nice. Me. Stars. Some obvious ones. I really love all the new minis. I had a really good time putting together a bunch of things. Also, Star in general, hard levels of collaboration, or strong levels of collaboration with Caroline, helped like prepping and doing some background work for this session. Which is just kind of necessary when you have one character off camera but still doing things that are important. We did a good number of like roles and stuff behind the scenes to like see what Zeron is up to and what information he gets. Relevant that I just think is a fun bit. The only reason collectively we know that Zafara Shade is coming is because Zeron crit on a perception check.
I actually did. That is the only reason.
So lots of fun stuff there.
I was sweating hard that day when I found that out. When we had that aside, it was bad.
Getting to raise some stakes and play all these fun characters. It was a lot to manage, but it never felt like it was overwhelming to manage as a GM, which is kind of a nice sweet spot to be in. Yeah, Wishes, as always, excited to play to see what happens next, right? Like, I have things that can happen, and absolutely none of it is guaranteed, and that's my favorite part. So super stoked just to see how those Hardy boys get out of it this time.
I think you're thinking the Dookie.
No, I mean the Hardy boys.
Yeah.
You're right in that it's the Duke boys, but I think of the children's light novels. Anyway, on the disastrous graphic novel series. All right, Caroline, Stars and Wishes.
Stars. That went about as well as I expected it to, and I'm very happy that it did. There was a lot of planning behind the scenes. Shout out to Matt too for that original conversation we had in the car that literally sparked all of this. Where it snowballed so hard, and God, good storytelling. God, good storytelling. Stars. You play Cybella so well. Cole, you really do. It's just like every time she's on screen, it's
your little villain
chills.
laugh.
It's so good. It's so good. Another star, I loved how you played Sultan Samarabi.
Good, I'm glad.
That was a lot of fun. There's just a bunch of like little stars of just like interactions that happened. And it worked really well. And oh boy. I've been looking forward to and dreading this session ever since last session. So it's like, wishes. I kind of wish I got to speak to more of the royal family. just a little bit, just like
Mhm.
I might do that on my own time, just like as like a drabble once off, with just like Zoran like re-seeing his family after 3 months on the run, sort of thing.
That is kind of a big thing, yeah.
So like I just kind of I might do that myself, probably, maybe, we'll see. I'd like to see some things for like some of the other royals. It's because both of the brothers are here too, so like that could be something fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's I'd like to see more of the diplomats as well. They're pretty cool. So maybe we get to see some things of them, maybe not. Who cares? Yeah. Last wish. I hope this works out. I really hope it does.
We're
Oh,
gonna try. We're
yeah.
gonna try our best.
Because you have 1 hour.
1 hour and then 1 hour invisible, I think. Yep.
Yeah, we have, by simultaneously casting those spells, we now have ticking clocks,
Yeah, we kind of do.
which is fun.
Mhm.
Also, apologies, but I'm going to kick in with another couple stars that I completely forgot about. Caroline starting the session as Libra.
Yeah.
I thought that was really fun.
Thank you for letting me have the chance to do so.
Yeah, of course. It may also just made those early interactions where I just had to play Feyhue and didn't have to play Feyhue and Libra so much easier. But also it was a fun like little surprise reaction, you know? So like being like, hey, and here's Libra, and seeing like people's portraits light up with like
Yeah. It really
Yeah.
is. It's a sitcom moment of like the person walks through the door and the crowd cheers. Like,
that was
Well,
fun.
That was, yeah.
That's the thing that got me, because I figured, like, I knew that Zoran was gonna be not there. You know, like, that's why I was really silent at the beginning, because it was just like, I know Zoran's not gonna be here, so it was like, oh yes, Libra, would you? So I was like, what?
Mhm. It was a lot of fun playing.
That and Pejmina's little monologue into the Sending Stone that did actually make me cry just a little bit. Just
It
a little
also
bit.
made me, yeah, me too.
I try.
It's, God, that was actually one thing I wanted to do when we had our, fuck. That was one thing Zoran wanted to say to Pashmina during their dance. Fuck, I forgot. Oh.
Oh wait, rewind. What did they want to say?
Because it literally was the last thing that Zoran was able to hear through the Sending Stone. That I think they would make a comment. I'm so sorry, I'm like cutting in here.
No, that's fine.
Where they would say, I heard every word, and that meant more to me than I think you even know.
Aww.
And then they change places and separate.
Yeah.
Fancy. God. Good. So good. Excellent. All right. Apologies for my interruption. Hannah.
Oh god. Stars. So much. Yeah, the cool reveal of like Caroline playing Libra, just so fun, so fun. Completely unexpected. Genuinely was not expecting anything like that. Oh gosh, what else? Everything, but like, yeah, grateful to be given chances to do those kinds of things, and like, role playing is just so much fun. It's just so much fun. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm my face literally hurts from both smiling and actually just gritting my fucking teeth. Like the stress, but also the it's good kind of stress. It's crazy. Wishes. I hope I don't go to jail. I don't, honestly, I don't think I will, but like, we'll fucking see.
We're gonna make some real interesting rolls at the beginning of next session.
No, yeah. It's gonna be a lot harder to get out of jail than just out of this party. So, and it's already gonna be kind of hard to get out of this party.
Amazing.
It's too
Eli,
much.
did you? We were gonna come back around.
I didn't really think of anything. I'm sorry. I'm a bit out of it.
No worries. Yeah, don't even worry about it.
Like-
It's okay to not have anything immediately.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. So,
well,
please.
one little minor regret. Like, sorry about the whole wine scene. I completely zoned out and had no idea what was going on.
It's okay. It's all of that was periphery stuff for almost really my own enjoyment. So do
Alright.
not be too. It will come up again later, almost assuredly.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
But yeah, with that, thank you all for playing. I am very much prepped up, so I'll see when about
Next week.
we can
Immediately.
Whenabouts we can schedule tomorrow. Oh God,
I don't know if next week's gonna work.
Oh.
It's
Which is fine.
Thanksgiving week.
it is Thanksgiving week.
It is Thanksgiving week next week, and I
Fuck.
will be flying back to Philly.
Mm-hmm.
I would only have my phone on me, so it wouldn't be great for the recording.
We'll
Don't worry
we'll
about it.
schedule as soon as we can. But very excited
I
to
mean,
get to play
I'm
again.
technically free tomorrow.
I don't think I can do 2 in a row.
No,
you're
I'm-
good. I'm not actually.
Tempting, but yeah. But with that, I'm gonna hit the recording button.